di invitare le persone ad entrare, altrimenti ricominciamo con ritardo e poi facciamo fatica a riprenderlo. Non possiamo permetterci
Can you
ritardi.
please take your seats? We can't afford to be late, as you know.
Non ho il campanellino perché me l'hanno preso per andare a chiamare le persone sopra, ma vi chiedo di sedervi, che stiamo per ricominciare.
Please do take your seats. We're about to start.
No, stai qua, se no se ti alzi anche tu. Scrivete sulla chat Stiamo ricominciando, per favore accomodatevi. Gliel'ho dato io ai miei. Poi se vogliono.
Vai, vai.
Bene, grazie per l'attenzione. Vi chiediamo anche un'attenzione particolare in questo momento perché riprendiamo i nostri lavori.
So we're going to start. There's a slight change in the program. There's a slight change in the program.
Perché vi vogliamo raccontare una storia individuale di un paziente con
We want you to know about the story of a given DMD patient and his family, resembling many of the families in this hall. So it is an individual story that still becomes collective, since it concerns us all as an international community. And it concerns us all even more so because we deal with both DMD and BMD. So we were supposed to have a session after lunch which revolves around the European bureaucracy linked to drug approval. We're going to tell you about our contribution to EMA documents, and we're going to tell you about some positive bureaucracy, some good bureaucracy which has come out of that. But first, we're going to listen to Abdel's story, a 20-year-old young man. Fabio Amanti is here next to me. He knows more about this young man. He will tell us about that. Good afternoon, everybody. Everything starts on September the 16th when our association got the mail of this young man's mother, a 20-year-old man, DMD, 20-year-old young man living in Nuseirat, Gaza, in the camp of Gaza. As you can understand, Abdel's conditions were turning very bad also because of what was happening in that stricken land. Therefore, I started to understand about the possible procedure to be engaged in order for him to come to Italy. I contacted a friend of mine who was working at the Jerusalem embassy, and I even tried to get in touch with the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, but the only way whereby Abdel could come to Italy was for him to be included into a medical list of the WHO. But for that to happen, he was supposed to be seen by a doctor, a local doctor. And as you can easily gather, there was no such doctor in that camp. But anyway, thanks to the help of all of our association staff, I got in touch with a British NGO that work in Gaza. Well, thanks to that, I managed to actually get in a direct contact with the young man and his family. And we did manage to find a Palestinian doctor to visit, to see him. But a doctor, an Israeli doctor, was supposed to sign that document too, and the Israeli Ministry of Health was also supposed to ratify that document. Now, Abdel, here is his picture. Abdel was diagnosed in 2014. He was never on any drug therapies, no cortisone, no heart drugs, no physical therapy, no respiratory devices. We did manage, as I said, to get in touch also with Israeli doctors. So last December the 4th, after, several months in between, well, we got the ministry's approval, and Abdel was included in that list. We waited for the Italian consulate to be contacted also through a document that said to the WHO people that there was a center here in the region of Lazio that could welcome Abdel. But unfortunately, Abdel died 3 years ago for malnutrition and a respiratory crisis, and he would have turned 21 today.
Grazie Fabio.
Thank you, Fabio. Now, before giving the floor to Fernanda De Angelis from our scientific bureau, who will tell us about Parent Project's contribution to the EMA reflection paper, let me say a few more words about Abdel, whose story is about killing bureaucracy, an international system that has stopped a 20-year-old Palestinian man life too early. So last February the 25th, he died. We tried to, think that over, and we thought we should let you know about Abdel, because we as Parent Project Italy are often contacted by people outside of Europe where there are no standards of care, where there are often not even the, social conditions allowing for treatment. So what we would like to say at this stage is that, again, this is a single story, but one that concerns us all. Therefore, we want to make an appeal to all of you, to institutions, clinicians, companies, international organizations, supranational organizations, Why don't we all build up a task force together, a system whereby to provide a fast and effective response to those families of BMD or DMD patients living in areas of the world where such treatments are simply not accessible. We don't want Abdel's story to repeat itself, and we want these families and patients' pathways to be pathways, transformative pathways. Fernanda, off to you.
Grazie, Cristina.
Thank you, Cristina. Not very easy to take the floor after what Fabio has said. Anyway, let's do our best. So, let's change the subject and talk about the activity that was engaged last October by a Parent Project working group dealing with the regulatory framework. So this is a group that includes some members of the scientific bureau, including me and Ilaria Zito, and there's also Alberto Bottaro and Filippo Buccella from our board. Now, what is the reason behind the setting up of this group? Well, of course, there's more than one reason, but as you may gather, we now have several therapeutical strategies that have been going on for quite some time. Therefore, they are at an advanced stage, hence the relevance of getting in touch with the EMA people. And anyway, in these past few years, we have often come across several failures from this perspective. Therefore, the patient's voice can certainly, have a say in the development phases of any drug approval or regulatory decision. So we decided we should actually set up this working group whose aim is simply to allow patients to have a say in what may make a difference for their own life. What about my slides? Where are they? So, here they come. So, patient's contribution. Well, I won't actually lead you through the reasons behind the relevance of such contribution. You are much better aware of this than I am, because you have, a year-wise approach of the patient's needs. And actually, this is a kind of knowledge that you and only you have. It's really not to be compared to any of the knowledge that clinicians or researchers may have. So your knowledge is key to our work, so much so that the European Regulatory Agency, EMA, very much believes so. So they know, from the very beginning, they have always known that patients should be involved, either as individuals or as associations. So, for example, there are some associations representatives in their committees, and this is something that's been going on for quite some time, since EMA's aim is precisely to include patients' perspective into the whole cycle of approval of drug in a better and better structured way. And where exactly can patients and caregivers give a hand? Well, starting from what happens in the lab, first of all, where molecules are developed, because by listening to them, researchers will be able to detect the most relevant needs and therefore go directly to the best possible strategies. The same applies to the design of clinical trials. Patients can remarkably contribute, for example, to defining endpoints, to defining population groups, and even further down in that process, patients play a key role in talking about adverse events, for example, and in giving their opinion about quality of life. And then if we move on to the risk-benefit assessment phase, whereby the regulatory agency is involved, as it also applies to reimbursement strategies, well, even at that time, the patient's voice can make a difference, all the difference in the world, really. So, how can that be achieved? And here the problem arises, the main problem arises, because we need to go deeper into a patient's life, and we need to transform opinions, the patient's opinions, into scientific data that, of course, must be robust enough so as to be used within the drug approval pathways. So they are the so-called PED, the patient experience data, PED. This is something that many people are currently working on. Let me go deeper into that. Patient experience data may vary. For example, we get the PROs, the patient-reported outcomes. It's basically information we get from either patients or caregivers without any clinicians or experts in between, if you wish. So this is first-hand information. So patient-reported outcomes account for a patient experience data kind. Basically, it's data obtained from questionnaires about how the person feels in terms of, for example, also of carrying out daily or regular activities. So here you see a screenshot from the Duchenne UK website. Actually, this is something that each single patient association may wish to investigate and develop. So the Duchenne UK has developed a questionnaire about the quality of life based precisely on DMD. So it is a specific questionnaire that is precisely oriented to DMD patients. Another kind of PD is the patient preference study. Here again, you see an image from a U.S. Parent Project website. So these are preference studies. Basically, the assessment regards the preference that the patient may have regarding one treatment rather than another one, of course, if there are more options. So how available are you to undergo this treatment, considering that there may be side damage included? And this is from U.S. Parent Project, as I said. The study is aimed at better understanding how DMD patients and caregivers consider stability as a result of a given treatment and what stability actually means. So hopefully we'll get the results of this study soon. Patient experience data can also be collected through the so-called patient engagement activity. So the interaction with patients is paramount here this can be carried out through, interpersonal relationships or surveys or meetings or focus groups or also in a written way. And in any case, the data that are collected can therefore enrich the list of the experience data that may have been collected in the meantime through other methods. Very simple, very nice, very nice, but not very simple. And in this case, too, we do come across some difficulties since these are data that are often missing from companies' requests, companies' applications, rather, when they ask for the EMA approval or the EMA regulatory approach. So in 2022, EMA organized a workshop involving all stakeholders, including company and associations representatives, in order to see how all such data could be collected out of a shared and robust method, so as to give more and more value to this data within the framework of drug approval, again, from a regulatory viewpoint. Now, one of the achievements of this workshop was regarding companies. So companies were supposed to get from the EMA people more clarity, more precision. I mean, EMA should state clearly enough that they needed those data and that those data were supposed to be robust. Hence, the relevance of this reflection paper that has been produced by EMA. Basically, this paper includes what the agency wants to achieve through such data collection. So this reflection paper is indeed an extremely relevant document that basically talks to the industry people, telling them they should collect such data to be included in their files, also showing the methodological criticalities included in all this process, because we don't really know how this data should be collected, and we don't really know whether that data collection can lead to their proper use within the decision-making process. But something is happening, that's for sure. Now, the reflection paper was published and is available publicly. That happened last September. So it's a document that has been published on their website, and it is open for discussion. I mean, the different stakeholders may actually have a say, and we decided we should be among them. So our work was a stepwise one. We started in October and ended at the end of January. The document during that time was read, was considered in terms of its possible adjustments for its final version. We also considered the modifications that had been suggested by an enlarged group where parents with some experiences in the regulatory framework were included. So at the end of January, we came up with our final version, and we sent our comments through the relevant form. This is what we basically say. We have certainly underlined the relevance of this data collection system for all rare diseases, I might add. So our community decided we should speak clearly here and say that this data can be relevant to all rare diseases, especially because we know that rare diseases include a high diversification rate among all patients. That's why these are indeed key data. And we also spoke about patients and caregivers' burden. I mean, what the disease means to both categories. And we also underlined the need for stability to be a key word for all treatments, so as hopefully not to incur in that worsening that is a further burden on both patients and caregivers. And then the quality of time basically revolving around the issue of time. Having said that, our working group has not been shut down, if you wish, has not been terminated. Quite the opposite, because we are now going to keep working on that almost from scratch. We'll have to get better and better knowledge in this field. So we have some activities that we've already been involved in for some time through, for example, the patient's registry, the patient interface, so to speak, which means that hopefully very soon we're going to allow you all to access the registry and include your own data, which is important, because this will allow us to collect this kind of data, the patient experience data, the PEDs, and maybe the preference data will be collected too, both individually and through our presence as an association in the paneling project that you may have heard of already. Now, a questionnaire about the quality of life will soon be included in one of our mails that you receive, and I believe that's it. I hope I've been clear enough. This is quite new. Hopefully, we'll be working harder and harder on this because we certainly want to allow the scientific community to be enriched by your voices. Thank you.
Non ho finito, devo rimanere qua perché il copione recita
I'm not finished because according to the script, I'm supposed to invite the guests of the Roundtable on Empowerment to join me up here to begin the roundtable session. So Marika, she's right behind me. I leave you the rostrum.
Buon pomeriggio, eccomi, adesso mi sento. E intanto vi ricordo che, insomma, è appena...
Good afternoon. For those of you who don't know yet, the Playful Laboratory began at 2:30. The Creative Writing Laboratory also commenced, and so if any young people here would like to join others to do that, they're welcome. I'm very happy to be able to moderate this roundtable on a very important issue, not explored enough, but we need to reflect on it. The title of this session is Empowerment and Action, and we're talking about healthcare empowerment. It was already mentioned this morning. I'd like to introduce my guests, Dr. Frigerio, occupational therapist in Genoa, Dr. Petrischi, pediatrician and neurologist who has worked at the Pediatrician Palliative Care Center near Passo Scuro. Then Dr. Kadri, psychologist, child psychologist at the Nemo Center in Ancona, a psychotherapist, and she provides the psychological support to patients with neuromuscular diseases and their families. She also monitors and assesses neuropsychological aspects. Then we have Ms. Tazzi, the mother of Samuele and Bianca, Sufyan Younsi, I hope I pronounced your name properly, who's going to share his testimony as a person affected by DMD, and Francesco Venturi will share his experience as a person affected by UILDM. We all know that patients affected by this condition can indeed see their life start to revolve around the illness to the detriment of other social aspects and other facets. Nevertheless, involuntarily, sometimes other people will end up being delegated with choices like healthcare professionals without considering the active role that patients need to have in their therapeutic process. Empowerment, healthcare empowerment, is a process that goes way beyond the improvement of quality of life, because instead of being a mere beneficiary of care, the patient becomes an active protagonist. Involving patients in decisions concerning their health doesn't only foster the overall well-being of the person, but also has a significant impact on the clinical outcomes and the sustainability of the healthcare system. We heard this several times this morning, namely that the burden placed on the healthcare system is something that needs to be considered. And so we believe that empowerment could really relieve that burden and could have an impact. Now, in this process of transition that accompanies patients from childhood to adulthood and involves them most directly, one of the first professionals, in addition to neurologists that are involved, are occupational therapists. So I'd like to ask Dr. Frigerio, what do you observe in your work in this regard, and what is the approach of caregivers and the individuals regarding this aspect? Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to very briefly introduce my profession because sometimes people don't really understand it. An occupational therapist is a rehabilitation professional that promotes the autonomy and participation of individuals in daily life and significant activities. And that refers to self-care, washing, dressing, eating, leisure time activities, or productive activities like going to school or going to work. Of course, we're guided by certain concepts like autonomy. Autonomy means being able to do activities on one's own, but also having the opportunity to choose on one's own what activities one wishes to be involved in and how. For example, this also guides all of the roles and habits that we take on in our life. In the morning, normally, I take coffee from the coffee machine, and not everybody does that. Everybody has different habits and a way of going about things. When there are progressive diseases involved, the reflection around autonomy changes because autonomy does change with a disorder or a pathology. And so it's really important to focus on patient participation, which leads us to revisit our way of doing things and our habits. And an occupational therapist can be involved by also considering customized aids to promote patient autonomy. But I think we need to take a broader look when considering autonomy. When physical independence declines, it is important for the individual to be directly involved what they're doing, as you said. And so even during the introduction of an aid, it is important to make sure that the person is in charge, of the process, because that's going to make them actively participating instead of being somebody who's just subjected to somebody else's choice. And it's important to support the process from the very outset when patients are children, because it's crucial to customize aids and get the input of patients so that they can choose, for example, the color of the wheels around a wheelchair and the kind of pictures to use, for example, because this makes an individual autonomous in expressing their identity. And this is really crucial, especially during the transition to adulthood, when individuals are called to think about the way in which they can begin a project of independent life, or how they can be more autonomous and independent in their working environment or at school. It's truly crucial to understand the notion that patients have of their own autonomy, because some people, and this has happened to me, will say, oh, I'm not interested in having an electronic wheelchair because I always have somebody around me. I don't care about moving on my own. Well, I have to respect that, of course, as an occupational therapist, but others might say, no, I want to be the one involved and directly managing absolutely everything that I do. So it's important to identify the notion of autonomy that individuals have and work with them so that they can maintain the degree of autonomy that they aspire to. Okay, what are the critical aspects of your work then? What is it that we need to work on more? Well, unfortunately, the critical issues have to do with bureaucracy, especially over the past year. With the introduction of the new nomenclature, the bureaucracy has become really difficult to handle, and the supply of certain equipment is extremely long. And if I want to test a piece of equipment, I have to factor in that it's going to take a long time for it to be delivered. But above and beyond the practical aspects, I think that we need to invest in the therapeutic relationship with the family, because whatever solutions are identified need to be shared. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere. So it's really important to co-design a solution. If, for example, I suggest the best equipment on paper, it's not going to work. It has to be tested practically. So one important thing is to have a network in the ground, contact therapists that can follow the young man and the family, because I think we all have to be aligned in the pursuit of the same goals. And then you'll have families that are very determined and know what they want, whereas others wait for you to give them some input. I think that it's really important to talk at length with them and understand where you can step in, the meaning of introducing an aid, where should Marco be able to go, who with, in what context, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to suggest a piece of equipment that's not going to get through the bathroom door. Another important point, try out the equipment in the right context, whether they're going to be used. If I am assessing, for example, an electronic wheelchair, trying it out in the hospital is okay, but maybe it should be tried out in the route that the young man has to take to go to school every day. And so it's really important to test out the equipment and determine whether it's an additional barrier or whether it facilitates the autonomy of the patient. By way of conclusion, what I think really matters here is to give individuals the opportunity to choose for themselves. Sorry about that. So that they feel that they can decide for themselves or their own life. Thank you. Thank you for your witness. It's really important what you said about the sort of establishing an alliance or a partnership with the family. Of course, empowerment in the healthcare setting is especially more important when healthcare issues become more acute. But this is a whole process that needs to start early. And that's why we invited Dr. Petreschi to tell us about the experience of a pediatric hospital. And can you tell us about the experience of the families of patients? And how do you work on these aspects? How do you provide for the planning of therapy involving the family? I know you have slides that you might want to show us. Good afternoon, and thank you. It's a great pleasure to have this opportunity to meet with you.
Vorrei prevalentemente parlarvi della pianificazione condivisa delle cure.
So, thank you again. This is key instrument, not only for palliative care, of course, because it's a health-related kind of action that is supposed to be carried out by all healthcare people working in the field of a complex disease. So what do we mean by shared care planning? And I will also be telling you about my participation in a working group together with the people from the Palliative Care Association. The aim was to find instruments whereby to make such planning easier. And by the way, this is a planning that basically accounts for a key right for any patients. So what is such planning? Well, it is something that is envisaged by the Italian law, where it is clearly stated that whenever there is a disabling disease or one with a poor diagnosis, then shared care planning can indeed be engaged, especially if the patient is not supposed to, cannot actually, say whether he or she agrees or not. So this is not only about a kind of assistance for an end-of-life time. Actually, this regards care planning all through the complex or chronic disease that is relevant to that particular patient. Hence the relevance of starting that planning at an earlier stage, not once the emergency has arisen. So it is the patient's right. It is about the person's treatment options and about the doctor's responsibility, who's supposed to make patients aware and enable them to come up with their desired desires and wishes. So whenever there are doctors engaging in a therapeutical alliance with their patients, well, these clinicians are supposed to use such a planning approach. Of course, palliative care specialists are the best possible mediators for that, but mediators, I repeat, they're not supposed to have the key role to play here. So such planning such planning certainly concerns a context like this, where we are talking about teenagers or adult patients too, but also we're talking about the children's population. Of course, all kind of contacts must be adjusted to the age of that particular group of patients. For that, no improvised approach is welcome. Rather, we need to get properly and fully trained, especially when it comes to children. Let me give you an example. With children, the subject to be considered as, an integral part of the planning is not only the child, but also the parent, of course. Therefore, the subject of this care, or the object of this care, is a triple one: the doctor, the child, and the parent. So, especially when different developmental phases may be expected, we need for a proper approach, and one that follows a proper training. Now, this planning certainly regards sensitive issues, which is probably the reason behind so many reluctant responses. We know that only 1 out of 3 complex diseases now benefits from such a shared care planning, because we're talking here about end-of-life assistance to end-of-life, but also best interest specific, approaches. These may be very hard, notions to be defined, sometimes even within the very framework of the team of experts. There may be different approaches. When we talk about best interests, for example, it's like being in a labyrinth. You may go any different way, but we can find the way out thanks to, for example, the multidisciplinary approach, whereby we are not the carriers of the truth, and we are not supposed to be oversimplistic, since the experts to be involved are many and from different walks, indeed. Of course, we also have scientific literature on our side, and the clinical ethics principles. I wish to mention them at this stage, because they may be taken for granted, but this should not be the case, since, for example, healthcare official must first of all, through care, provide a benefit to the patient, and not the opposite. Which means in this framework that the treatments must not be the cause of adverse events outnumbering the benefits. So not to be taken for granted at all. We want, in other words, our patients to be provided with, eventually a better quality of life. And then autonomy, which is a key word here. It allows patients to make their own decisions. This may not always be possible based on age, for example, but they are entitled to be involved. And then, of course, ethics. Now, this is a bit more about the project that I've worked at with the Italian Society of Pediatrics. So we realized within this framework that in Italy, for example, there are many differences, geographical differences about, the knowledge of the single topic, but also sometimes things are, done differently, and sometimes things are simply not done. So we need more information to be spread around. We have tried to make that as simple as possible. Here you see where, for example, such simplification documents can be found. They can, there is free access here. So basically, there's a list of data for healthcare officials. Then another document is for parents. There's a glossary for parents again, a flow chart, and a form for actually writing down the actual planning. And then, of course, there's a legal element because all this has to be done according to the law. Now, let me say a few more words about this project. End of life for sure, but not only that. However, we definitely need to put it down. What do we want to do in case there's a cardiac arrest, for example? What do we want to do about the objectives to be achieved in agreement, of course, with both families and patients whenever that is possible? And then there's a special group of, special paragraph for emergencies. What to do in case of emergency, which therapies are to be embraced if the time comes. Now, I won't go through many details, but anyway, this is the flow chart of all the planning process, which is not the result of a single interview. It is a journey, a multidisciplinary one that allows families to have a say, and one that goes with stages. So there are several. It's a stepwise process. It is not an irreversible process. It can always be changed upon request of families or patients. To conclude, I'd like to share something with you. This is a textbook that's been inspirational to me. So care must use technology, but first of all, first comes the relation. So through interviews, we know more about the diagnosis and the therapeutical alliances, but basically it's about communication. And if there's a poor diagnosis, it is mainly the doctor that speaks. Listeners often find it hard to understand what the doctor is saying because difficult words are often used to mask the actual meaning of the doctor's words, whereas both parents and patients want to be directly involved in this decision-making process. So we must speak up and be, honest and sincere. So it is an instrument whereby patients and their families should be informed about the disease at an early stage, also in terms of care strategy and quality of life. Through all of that, there will be a response to a fundamental right for all patients, and the best interests we need to define which is the best interest for every single individual, having in mind that, of course, the quality of life prevails. As Jean-Paul Sartre said, the essential thing in life is choosing, otherwise freedom will be taken off you. And I believe we should give this freedom back to patients and their families. Thank you.
Grazie, dottoressa.
Thank you very much. I thank you especially because you tried to make simple and accessible an issue that's truly very complex, in which there are many psychological factors, and that's why this leads me to a question for Dr. Kadri. What have you observed in your clinical experience, and how have you thought about addressing it? You have slides too. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for your invitation, and I'd like to thank Parent Project for giving me this very valuable opportunity. Today, in this short time, I'd like to tell you about a project that Marika anticipated that we carried out together. But before doing that, I'd like to share with you the clinical rationale underpinning the project itself, based on the observations that we make in our work and in everyday life. As we heard yesterday and today, health care empowerment is crucial because the patient and their families need to make choices constantly in their life. They need to make all sorts of choices, including clinical ones. And sometimes these are very difficult matters to talk about. And people don't even have the opportunity to think about the choices that they will be called to make. So the question I asked myself, in everyday life, how does autonomy take shape for the young patients and their families, because the whole family is involved? Starting with the young patient, there are elements that obviously have an impact on the self-determination process. For example, in some cases, there may be difficulties in accepting the change psychologically, or cognitive aspects. For example, there could be emotional immaturity. And all of these aspects have an impact on the degree of awareness of the individual, and therefore the decisions that need to be made that are imposed by DMD. The individuals will have to anticipate the consequences and the scenarios in which they will be living. According to the literature, one important point is psychological flexibility. Regardless of the degree of severity of the disease, obviously, the more it's present, the more it can reduce anxiety, and the more it fosters the overall well-being of the person. And that's why it needs to be fostered as early on as possible, even during the developmental phase, so as to reduce anticipatory anxiety and difficulties related to adaptation. So these are the psychological issues on the part of patients, but then alongside these, we have family dynamics that we need to reckon with. Because what I've observed in my clinical practice is that parents or caregivers wish to obviously protect patients, but sometimes they filter the information or they postpone important conversations. And so there is mutual silence that sets in. The parents don't speak up because they want to protect their children, and the young patients don't say anything because they don't want to concern their parents. Now, this doesn't make things very easy, and the literature has shown, however, that especially end-of-life issues are conversations that are never entered into, although they're so crucial. Often with my colleagues, we observe how news of, for example, the need for ventilation leaves people completely at their own devices, as if there were no preparation, emotional and preparation. Clinically speaking, it's not that the young patients don't know about the diseases, but what is lacking is the emotional and physical space in which they can talk about these choices with their families or caregivers. And indeed, we felt that there is this need, and that gave life to our project. There is a need to have a space to exercise one's agency, to be able to be the full protagonist of one's life and have an impact on it. So we need a structured space, really, in which the young patients can explore the information out there and refer it back to their experience. And this is part of empowerment, autonomy, and self-determination. It's not anything that we can teach. It's not something that we can just talk about. It's something that needs to be exercised. And actually, this leads to the term laboratory. Adesso parlo io, now I will talk, and now I'm speaking. It's a project that we carried out in Ancona together with Marika from Parent Project and with the sponsorship of BTM. We wanted this to be a laboratory because we wanted the young patients to really be or get involved. We wanted them to feel that they were taking things hands-on. There were workshops targeting the young patients directly. They were co-moderated by myself and Marika, and the workshops revolved around issues like the future, choices, and autonomy and empowerment. The idea behind this laboratory was to work not so much on clinical choices, but the possibility of making a choice and having agency. So we structured our project with a cycle of 3 meetings. We had several activities, for example, sharing and then more concrete activities so as to foster awareness, not just understanding and sharing, but also the fostering of narrative and metacognitive skills that can train young patients to develop a sense of self-determination. I wanted to tell you what we did in practical terms. The first meeting revolved around the topic of change. So we proposed a game around the clinical changes that they faced during their life and what kind of resources they deployed to deal with them. Were they social? Were they personal? And the group dimension is really important too, because every experience needs to be shared and sort of legitimated too. The second meeting instead mainly focused on autonomy. We simulated decision-making scenarios for the purpose of training these individuals to be psychologically flexible. We asked them to imagine a set of scenarios, and which is one of the main principles to be able to exercise self-determination. Let me keep going. During the last meeting, instead, we asked the young patients how they imagine their future. What does it look like to them? Before talking about end of life, we wanted to learned from them what kind of an image they had of the future. And they picked pictures like these that were very evocative. Some chose a chessboard because they think about their future as something that is to be determined, but that involves them, that they have agency. Others see their future as a maze, and they have difficulty in even imagining a future. Others yet see the future as a completely open door overlooking the sea and have a clear idea, perhaps, of what they wish to achieve. And others yet see the future as the closet in the Chronicles of Narnia. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but the book says, I know that on the other side there's a world to be discovered, but I can't quite open the door yet. So these images might be simple, but they were very evocative, and they tell us a lot about how these young patients see their future, especially for me because I know them. But in concrete terms, I could see how they approach their future. To conclude, and I'm trying to stick to the schedule here, I didn't tell Marika I was going to show this picture, but here you are. Obviously, there are some final comments. The first thing I'd like to say is that through our work, we confirmed the need of these young patients to have a space that is emotional, that's protected, where they can talk to each other. It was difficult because this happened during the winter time, and sometimes it was a little rough. There were some obstacles that needed to be overcome, but every time we met, the young patients were very eager to tell, to share with their peers, and this confirmed the trend among them between avoidance and the need to know, which is understandable because it's an emotional mechanism. Another important aspect is how important it is to stimulate metacognitive and narrative skills, because even a reflection on oneself and telling one's own story is a crucial element to develop autonomy. And one last point, we thought that this laboratory would target only young patients, but then in talking to them, we realized that we can't do this without involving the families and the caregivers, clinicians, and associations. So it's really important to increasingly nourish that support that exists, because only a space that is shared can actually provide information that will then lead practically to autonomy when making choices. Let me conclude by saying that our laboratory is just an attempt to give a structured and clinical response to a need that is emerging and that's still out there. The idea was maybe to build a bridge between the psychosocial and the clinical dimension, because empowerment here is a process. It's relational and continuous. It's ongoing. We need time. We need resources. We need a great partnership. That's another word that's been referred to throughout the day, because only this way can self-determination and autonomy become concrete in daily life. The laboratory isn't over, though, because together with the young patients, we're thinking about continuing this laboratory. But how do we do it? We haven't quite determined that. We're thinking about involving the parents, the families, and we'll let you know. Stay tuned. For the time being, thank you very much, and this is us. Thank you.
Quindi ci stiamo addentrando sempre più in una dimensione di concretezza.
So we're getting more and more concrete here, I believe. So let us now listen to the experiences of those who must make their decisions under complex circumstances. As many of our patients grow old, they must indeed come to come across the difficulty of choosing from one clinical trial to another. I mean, they have to choose between one or the other, and so we are here today to listen to some of these experiences. Hello, everybody. I wish to thank Parent Project for giving me this opportunity. I am very nervous. It's almost my first time in public. Anyway, my life experience. Well, it's very simple, if you wish. Because, especially as far as the participation into the trial was concerned, I was faced up by several options that were all, trials meant as attempts. They all came with the use of cortisone and a kind of a therapy that was mainly focused on the heart. I mean, that had been, that was prior to my participation in a clinical trial. So I had to choose whether to say yes to such a proposal or not. And the idea was to hopefully go towards some benefits, if not a cure. Well, in emotional terms, when my neurologist suggested that to me, I felt very happy because it was a BMD trial. And for the first time, I heard about trials. And once I was led through the meaning of that word, I really felt enormously happy because it was like, a new way was being shown to me. So when I left the room, I started to, cry out that, well, there's a way. At last, there's a way. But I was also scared. I was afraid. Not really because of the possible results of the trial, but because there was also the possibility of not being included into that trial. Maybe I would not be admitted, so that was my only and real fear. Otherwise, what I basically realized is that for the first time, I, as a patient, was to make my own decision. So that was not for my family to decide. It was not for the doctors to decide. That's really what was brand new in my experience. I had just turned 20, and for the first time, it was about me. I was supposed to answer. But there are three main reasons why I said yes, by the way. First of all, because I was chosen. But there was something else, namely the awareness of that choice making me relevant within the framework of BMD and DMD community. So, you know, it also had to do with civil responsibility, if you wish. It was a personal choice, but it was also a community choice. And one more thing, I trusted my doctors. I mean, as a very young boy, I had, I had been diagnosed by those doctors who apparently knew that more possibilities were to come. So anyway, I said yes. There was worry all around me, I might add. But anyway, once I said yes, I had to, you know, to come to play with what was at stake on a personal basis. Actually, during the assessment phase, in view of the recruitment, I was supposed to go to Milan. I come from a town in central Italy, so I was supposed to, you know, go several kilometers to reach the center in Milan for the trial. But I was lucky enough as to have people next to me, never trying to be influential, and rather what they actually did was to simply stay with me and accompany me during that journey. So doctors and my loved ones were on my side, and that helped me you know, play the role of the protagonist, if you wish. Let me read out from now on, otherwise I'll get too nervous. During the trial, things changed. So I was admitted, okay, but then I was supposed to move forward. Now it was, you know, up to me. And that meant that, especially from the doctor's side, things changed. The trial revolved around the final results rather than, you know, relationships. But that, quite frankly, was clear from the very beginning. I felt, however, that there were different professional figures from doctors who were still sort of healthcare officials, but they were, I felt them on my side more than doctors. So, for example, psychologists and physical therapists, they were all, you know, very careful, and they were always there to explain what was happening to me during the trial. So it was a tiring process. Sometimes I, you know, felt like I should think twice and revisited my choice. But then there was the COVID-19 time, which made the pace of the process much slower. The trial was even temporarily discontinued. So I have told you the reasons behind my choice, and I have told you about my experience. So I might conclude by saying that I got three take-home messages from this experience. First of all, my life as a BMD person enables me to cope with the disease. Well, my friend, my mate, not my disease. This is how I have changed its name recently. And I owe this to the clinical trial too, because now I know that being a patient does not mean being a passive subject, but an active participant in scientific research. And as I said before, I also realized that I really felt responsible for my BMD and DMD community, which is why I'm here today, by the way. I am indeed an activist because, I mean, the disease is there, all right, but we need to be active citizens. And thirdly, the fact that it was a bit tiring and logistically difficult to participate in this trial, which has taught me that sometimes to cope with difficulties, one needs to take the right approach. Sometimes you might want to indulge in what makes you uncomfortable, and I learned that from the clinical trial and from my regular meetings with my mate, my disease. So let me conclude with just one thought that is really the take-home message for me. When I chose to be part of this trial, I thought it was only for me. It was quite a selfish choice. But time told me, and my age also told me, I'm a 30-year-old young man right now, a 30-year-old man. Well, I realized that that choice was not only for me, but also for others. So I leave you on this note. Life is a nice journey. It's hard, but it has to be lived. Thank you.
Riprendo alcune delle parole che hai.
I'd like to go back to some of the words that you mentioned: trust, responsibility, getting involved, support, being directly involved. All of these are ingredients required for healthcare empowerment. And there was a passage in what you described, actually a handing over of the baton from your parents to yourself. And I'd like to turn to a mother here. Could you tell us about your experience? What are the choices you had to make, and the difficulties you had to overcome? Thank you, Marika, for inviting me. Hello, everyone. My name is Tolea. I'm the mother of Samuele. Often, we have to accept changes that involve our children, and we have to deal with different situations and choices. It's inevitable in a family where there is a complex disease. From the first diagnosis, you begin with choices. Initially, we were inspired by medical choices and delegated to doctors our choices. But then, little by little, we learned increasingly complicated terms. We asked increasingly specific questions concerning the health of our children. And the time comes in which even our children start asking questions of the doctors. As adolescents, they are rather shy. But with the passing of time for important choices, they are more and more actively involved. Like my son, Samuele, who makes his own choices for his health care, and his father and I have decided to stand by on the side, although he always listens to our advice. We were never keen on participating in trials. We only did one, but only as the comparison. Our life is always fraught with activities, and largely they are proposed by Samuele. I'd like to talk to you about my experience and the choice that we had to face with Samuele, who's now 24. In 2019, he started losing weight abruptly, and so in 2020, our challenge took the name of PEG, a PEG, a percutaneous endoscopic gastroscopy, is what we had to deal with to allow Samuele to have access to nutrition. It was strongly advised because in the case of pneumonia, for example, the fact that he was underweight would have been a great risk. Our initial reaction, and that of Samuele, was one of rejection. He still was able to chew, although he had to drink after every morsel. We just couldn't cope with this prospect. Neither could Samuele. I, too, would have preferred this to happen as late as possible. Samuele wanted to wait, and he was especially worried about anesthesia. He had a lot to do, and this would have made his daily life even more complicated. But anyway, every time we met, doctors would keep talking about the same option. We changed his diet, and Samuele gained 10 kilos, but according to the doctors, he was still at risk. We talked to dietitians and nutritionists, and they explained the entity or what the surgery was all about. At one point, we just had to face reality because the doctors told us that if we waited much longer, even anesthesia would have been a challenge. It was better to face it now when Samuele was still able to cope with it. Going on with age, Samuele had more of a difficult time in chewing, and I realized with difficulty that for Samuele, the time had come for this gastroscopy because he was having a difficult time in chewing. The anesthesiologists and all the professionals were present and reassuring. So Samuele didn't simply accept this option. He wanted to decide. Prior to the surgery, he was informed of the possible problems, and he filled out a form related to the treatment. So we communicated to the doctors what his decisions were in case something might have gone wrong. In this form, there is the possibility to decide what to do in case of complications during the surgery, like the tracheotomy, for example. And because the hospital was or is Catholic, they had to give their green light, so to speak. But Samuele signed on, and it was really quite a life-changing moment. One-step intervention was advised, which is not always possible, but avoids a second step. And the gastroscopy was done 4 years after the initial proposal. In conclusion, could we have done this earlier? Well, Samuele now has more free time because he eats and he also engages in other activities. I don't have to worry about what I cook for him. He's not at risk of pulmonary complications, and he certainly looks better. Now I can talk about this with a smile. But right after surgery was a very challenging time. The fact that I was well informed helped. Of course, Samuele, thanks to Parent Project, had an opportunity to speak to his peers that had gone through this surgery, and so we were able to understand what would be happening after the operation, where doctors don't really give you much information. Personally, I was very anxious and very, very scared. Managing this PEG seemed to be very difficult, and I knew that there were other negative experiences that had been lived by other people. I was afraid of not making it, of making mistakes, of not being aptly prepared. But over time, things changed. Little by little, I learned to manage the situation I am more secure, and I'm no longer anxious. I have better peace of mind. Also, when it comes to managing small emergencies, I have to say, however, after anesthesia, Samuele has a difficult time in breathing. Now he wears a nasal mask the whole time, but what is most important to me is that he looks relaxed and like he has peace of mind. My opinion is that our children need to take life into their, or decisions into their own hands. And I've always encouraged Samuele to speak to the doctors before he makes any decisions that concern him and his life. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Tolea. I know it was quite an effort to be here with us today. Thank you. You talked about awareness and information, which are definitely something that Samuele needed to make decisions, and they were necessary for you. Maybe Francisco can tell us about this more. You two had to decide, like Samuele recently. Can you tell us about all this?
Yes, of course. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Francesco Venturi. I am a DMD young man. I live in the Ancona area, central Italy. Now, this is quite emotional, but I mean, those who have spoken before me have been clear enough. So, I love art. Well, maybe mainly, you know, I write scripts, but I'm not here, of course, to promote my work, rather to talk about the choices I have had to make. And I won't even talk about the relevance of being included in a workplace. You'll find it all if you surf the net. But I'm here to talk about the main question behind my contribution. Are you ready to change it all? That's the point. Are you ready to change it all? That's really what my contribution will revolve around. And my answer is that there's a change we need to embrace, face to almost compulsory choices for our own sake, for the sake of our health. But of course, this can apply to several other frameworks. Now, when the clinical center I attended suggested I should enter a given trial, I tried to say no all the time because I felt like I could manage it all the way it was. But then I realized that that was just presumptuous. I was rather supposed to ask questions. And I remember that, you know, upon attending common meals, I felt the anxiety of not being able to swallow properly, for example. That was also an anticipatory anxiety that took hold of me before those meals. And this is typical of us DMD patients, but also of elderly people that must cope with such swallowing issues sooner or later. So you almost feel like there's no way out. But I mean, precisely because of this, I try to convince myself that I could do without reality. But then I got the courage, also thanks to my parents who accompanied me through this choice. So I then took all the courage and talk to the doctor and say that every meal had really become impossible to be coped with. So I talked to doctors for possible solutions, and I was suggested not to enter a trial, but to undergo a given operation. And for that, I thought of Socrates, the apology of Socrates. I was about to choose, and that came to my mind. Socrates admits his own ignorance. He doesn't hide it. So the world wants us to always be performative, but I felt, actually precisely because of that, I felt like, admitting one's ignorance was a revolutionary act. Those who recognize their limits are the only ones that may move forward to look for the truth, and this is precisely what we as patients feel like every day. So admitting my ignorance allowed me to stop fighting against windmills, and this rather helped me to find different solutions. So philosophy asked me to find energies inside myself. So the operation, the relevant operation, did not concern vital parts, but I felt like I should look at reality for what it was, and that helped me to realize that that did not entail a defeat of autonomy. Quite the opposite. Through that operation, I then became able to go to dinner parties and swallow the food without running the risk of choking. Because of that, I did not live in fear anymore, and therefore I decided I should embrace the freedom to choose this tube, basically, that would enable me to breathe normally again. Well, of course, it is an operation, all right. I mean, you can't really say it's a surgery, but it is, in a way, a sort of an intervention that will then require some rehabilitation. Indeed, it was not easy to allow my body to get used to enteral nutrition. So we have all, including my parents, had to learn new methods. The cleaning portion of all of that is very important.
un'azione orale dovuta al cibo e all'inserimento di
because
liquidi
actually whenever you
provoca di
eat
masticare
or
e creare microbi
drink,
che portano
you
che
may
possono portare
also allow microbes to enter your mouth, and problems may arise from that. Hence, the relevance of properly cleaning the mouth. And actually, every time I clean my peg, by the way, I'm basically saying to myself, look, this is something that has helped you through. It must be cleaned and protected. It deserves to be cleaned and protected. Now, there's no one, choosing, making choices in your place. And this goes for every framework, for every context of life. Our decisions only depend on us. So you must be brave enough as to understand you need the others and you need change. This can help us cope with all kinds of storms. So don't be afraid of ignorance, but be afraid of staying ignorant out of pride. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Marika. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Grazie a te. Non so se mi sentite.
No, accendete il microfono a Marica.
Nessuno può spegnere il microfono a Marica.
Grazie per questa
Thank you for your testimony.
Fatto entrare in questo bagno di realtà di cui
You
avevamo bisogno.
really depicted reality, and we needed to hear about that. You've become an expert. You've become one after realizing that you didn't know. We don't have any time for questions and answers, I'm afraid, because we're lagging behind. But our speakers will be available to you should you want to contact them one-on-one. We started talking about this, but it's not the end of our conversation for sure, because this needs to be further explored. So I'd like to thank the speakers, and I ask them to kindly leave the stage. And before I give the floor to Ilaria, let me remind you, or let me tell you rather, that from the 22nd to the 24th of April, Bologna will host an important event called Expo Sanità, featuring healthcare companies. We will be there with information, and we will be actively involved with physiotherapy. We believe that it's a really important opportunity to get to know us. We will brief you on what will come up and the contribution we'll be able to give. You'll find materials outside. You can consult them. And now I'd like to give the floor to Ilaria, who will continue this session. Thank you.
Allora, grazie a tutti.
Thank you, everyone. And now we can move on to a session on research, during which we're going to provide you with an overview of where we're going and the path that we are taking for the future. In this session, we have a presentation by Giulio Cossu at the University of Manchester. He devoted his entire life to researching therapy for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. He'll talk to us about a cell-mediated exon skipping. And after him, we will have something very new for this year, a selection of the best posters that we have decided to present in plenary. So, Giulio has the floor, but...
Mi sentite? Sì. Allora, buon pomeriggio a tutti.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am one of the eldest here.
Collaboratori
the most senior co-workers of Parent Project, and every time I feel like I'm going back into the family, really. I don't have a lot of time, so let me move on to facts. We have developed a different strategy. It's taken us 10 years, but we believe that it can combine the advantages of exon skipping with that of cell therapy or cell-mediated therapy. Many, many years ago, we isolated a population of cells associated with vessels, which we called mesendoblasts. And these cells can be grown in culture, and now we have found a method to grow them indefinitely. They can differentiate the smooth muscle or the skeletal muscle according to the setting in which they find themselves. And they're relatively easy to handle and to manipulate genetically. The idea that we pursued was to isolate these cells and correct them with mini dystrophin, and then take advantage of the advantage that these cells have vis-a-vis other progenitors. The fact that they can travel in the bloodstream and adhere to endothelium in the case of inflammation, which is exactly what happens in the muscle areas where fibers are degenerating. After several experiments in small mice and dystrophic dogs that gave us good results, we started with a clinical trial in 5 patients. And I was happy to see one here today who received different intra-arterial transplantations of cells coming from a sibling that was HLA compatible. The outcome of the trial was that it was safe but not effective or efficacious, and the reason became clear. Cell-mediated therapy work if the diseased cells can be eliminated in the bone marrow, for example, and create space for healthy cells, but you can't remove muscles, the brain, or the heart. Here's a stupid joke. For some, actually, eliminating the cortex of the brain might be a good thing. Haha, it was just a joke. But anyway, there were a lot of explanations. I'm not going to go into them, but that was the main point. If we look at the dog that had given the worst response and compare him against the youngest patient, we see that the difference in terms of the quantity of dystrophin was not that dramatic. And I'd like to go back to what Claudio Bordignon said. He was a pioneer in gene therapy. He said there's a much greater distance between 0% and 1% than there is between 1% and 100%. If you've got something, you can make progress, otherwise you can't. But we had already placed 2 billion cells in the bloodstream of these children. Increasing that number we thought would be risky. So we took another route, which I'd like to show you. We decided to opt for exon skipping. Nothing new, of course, but cell-mediated exon skipping. Our idea is to use the cell of the patient, of the same patient that's been edited or corrected, with a small RNA that's been engineered to skip exon 51. What happens is that when the cell merges in vitro or in vivo with an excess dystrophic resident cells, the corrected or edited cell produces a small RNA that goes into nearby nuclei and amplifies the therapeutic effect. Hence, a dystrophin is produced in larger quantities. This we tested in a mouse. Here you see that in diminishing we still see the dystrophin if we use genetically edited cells. And for the very first time in the mice that we observed, we saw a recovery in mobility, which was similar to that of normal mice. But we do know that that's not enough for it to actually work in patients. All too often in history, we've been under the illusion that from mouse to man it would work, but it didn't. So we entered into a clinical trial based on the idea of isolating, well, this strategy had been developed by Francesco Montoni for exon skipping many years ago, and we wanted to isolate the cells from a muscle of the foot. The cells were isolated, transduced with a lentiviral vector that produced the small RNA. And now there are very sophisticated methods. And this was done by Eugenio Montini to make sure that the insertion was sure, was safe, and that there were not any clones that would continue to proliferate. Then we checked the karyotype, and the cells in culture indeed produced dystrophin. We froze them, and then we injected them in the contralateral muscle. After 3 months, these are the results. This is the normal transcript, and this is this transcript that skipped exon 51, so it's smaller. While in the muscle prior to transplantation, we have nothing. If we look at the proteins, we see that there's an amount of dystrophin much lower than in the normal muscle, of course, but consider that even the amount of myosin is much smaller because the only patient that we recruited had the muscle at a very advanced state of the disease, and most of the muscle had been replaced by collagen and adipose tissue, as you see here. Nevertheless, in the small areas where there was still a bit of muscle, we found an abundant expression of dystrophin and sarcoglycan, and in areas these areas after the transplantation expressed dystrophin. So the conclusion is that the transplantation of autologous cells that induces exon skipping produces high quantities of dystrophin even in a muscle at an advanced stage of the disease. This tells us that if we distribute systemically, even when the muscle is still growing, with this system, we have hope of being able to produce therapeutic amounts of dystrophin. And the other thing that we learned is that the presence of regeneration, even in a fibrotic muscle, tells us that if we were able to reduce fibrosis, and we did a study on this, we might be able to improve the environment. It's a very long way to go, but having seen what happened in the muscle with an advanced stage of the disease induces us to cautious optimism. These are my colleagues, the co-workers. I won't read them all, but the neurologist who followed this only patient is sitting here. And this is what I was served with by fate, and I have to stick with him. Thank you for your kind attention.
Allora, grazie Giulio.
Thank you, Giulio. So, as I said, we're very happy to have some selected poster authors speaking at this session. The selection mainly concerned, research-related or clinical criteria. So the poster selected are 5: Malfatto, Colli, Guadalupi, Cadaleta, Sardi. So they will be speaking one after the other. So they will lead us through a journey, if you wish, a short journey from basic research to applied research. So enjoy this journey.
Grazie, buon pomeriggio. Voglio ringraziare.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I wish to thank Parent Project for selecting our poster target adipogenic progenitors. Now, what happens in the muscle of DMD patients is necrosis, then regeneration, and then there is an increase in both the adipose and fibrous tissue. The responsible factors behind that are FAPs, that are cells in the muscle that can proliferate, thereby giving rise to different kinds of tissue. In a previous study that we carried out on biopsies also from Italian patients, we realized that if fibrosis reaches a given plateau, even at advanced phases of the disease, then there is an increased lipogenesis, hence the relevance of our project ADMD cure. So we have used the RNA sequencing and the spatial transcriptomics that are two methods whereby to transcribe what allows for this fibrous tissue to be formed. So we have selected 7 different biopsies from DMD patients, and we related them to 5 muscular biopsies without any pathological disruption. So what we saw is the following. With the sequencing, we identified the nuclei corresponding to all cell populations in the muscle. And namely, by analyzing FAPs, we saw that there was a group of FAP population expressing this protein, which is tennessine C, which comes from the ECM, whereby the EGFR, the receptor, is allowed to produce the regeneration. So, first of all, we wanted to confirm this. In other words, the presence of a correlation among the different cells involved, namely between the cells and tennessine C. And then we wondered the following. Via this receptor, can we actually induce, through an exogenous treatment, an improvement of adipogenesis, in which case we might restore the previous body balance. So we used some FAP cells derived from the same biopsies we had used before. We treated them with the tennessine C, and we realized that there's a reduction in adipogenesis and indeed an increase in regeneration, which is very promising. So this will allow us into the next steps with the transcriptomics, spatial transcriptomics, whereby to hopefully identify a proper therapy to fight against adipogenesis. And I wish to thank, of course, all those who have contributed. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about my project. My name is Colli, and I work in Bologna with Professor Chimello. Our project aims at hopefully developing a universal therapeutical strategy for DMD that is mutation independent, I might add. We all know that what's at the basis of both BMD and DMD is dystrophin mutations. Dystrophin is one of the largest genes in the human genome, and we know that it gives rise to very different results. So what these mutations share is a missing production of dystrophin. In these past few years, the advent of some technologies whereby the DNA has been modified has allowed us to correct the single mutation, thereby restoring the function in dystrophin. Just to give you an idea of the DNA editing instruments involved, we can have different families. Nucleases, basically scissors, basically cutting DNA, base editing, like a pencil, if you wish, slightly changing one letter of DNA with another one, and prime editing, an even more complex instrument, a sort of a PC, somehow rewriting some small DNA regions. We've used base editing. That has some advantages. First of all, it entails a minimal change in the DNA, which is also quite specific and precise. The change derived is permanent, which is relevant, of course, and it is safer than other editing instruments. We are not, I mean, there's no cutting of the DNA, in other words. So all of that has already been used for the dystrophin gene. They have turned out to be effective. However, there's a drawback. I mean, these strategies are mutation specific, so they will only benefit those patients showing that mutation, whereas ideally we would like to have a universal therapy, hopefully benefiting all patients independently of their mutation. And for that to happen, we have moved to utrophin. Actually, human DNA already has another gene producing this protein that is very similar to dystrophin. So it is produced by the fetal muscle and then replaced by dystrophin in the adult muscle. We know that some molecules, the microRNA molecules, basically stop utrophin production. Two of them in particular, A and B, have been considered within the framework of our study. So we want to use base editing to change the sites to which these microRNA molecules bind, so as to reignite, if you wish, utrophin in the adult muscle. So utrophin will be reignited permanently, which is relevant. It is compatible. It is a method compatible with all mutations, and its profile might be less immunogenic than with other therapies. Right now, we've used cardiomyocytes from patients' cells with a deletion of exon 44, but that is apparently mutation independent. And we've only changed one of these bindings, and saw that even by only changing one binding, we have seen relevant changes in utrophin production. Therefore, we believe this may be moved even further up. We've done that with the mice cells that can become skeletal muscle cells. So we've changed the binding site of microRNA A and B, and we have seen that we can definitely have a 40% increase in utrophin production. The next step will be to test this in preclinical models, dystrophic mice, knowing that utrophin can make up for much of what dystrophin does, but certainly not all, which is why there's another project that is ongoing in the northern Italian region of Veneto. So utrophin plus an RNA therapy, possibly changing other portions of the therapy. I wish to thank Professor Francesco Camello and all the staff, and thank you all for listening to me.
Buonasera a tutti, io sono Sara.
Good afternoon. My name is Arakia Palupi. I'm from the University of Perugia, and today we'd like to present you some preliminary data regarding the use of stem cells, mesenchymal stem cells derived from a human umbilical cord for the treatment of DMD. In our laboratories for years, we've been studying a new therapeutic experimental approach based on the use of MC cells that are microencapsulated, and then they are inoculated in the peritoneum of dystrophic mice. And after 5 weeks of treatment, we observed that these cells release immunomodulator components and indeed can reduce the inflammation. Also, we were able to observe that these cells are capable of releasing utrophin beta-1, uroglobulin beta-1, which leads to the expression of utrophin. All of these factors act together to induce an improvement in regeneration of muscle and muscular performance that's treated. One of the limitations, however, here is the exonogenic origin of these cells. And these cells are porcine, and they might be considered as a xenotransplant for man. And so we tried to identify a human-derived type of cell that would have characteristics similar to our Sertoli cells. The mesenchymal stem cells derived from human umbilical cord have a high proliferative and differentiative capability, unlike the Sertoli cells. But what we're interested in is their ability to secrete different factors, and they can induce the same immunomodulation characteristics. Also, these cells have already been used in several preclinical and clinical trials in inflammatory, immunomodulatory, and neurodegenerative diseases. In particular, initially, in vitro, we cultivated these cells with murine neoblasts or myoblasts. We did not allow for contact between the cells, but the factors released by the mesenchymal cells favor myogenic differentiation, and they also lead to an increase in the expression of utrophin in preformed blasts. Also, we observed in vivo that the cells were inoculated in the peritoneum of dystrophic mice. After 3 weeks, we isolated the skeletal muscle. We observed a great reduction in muscle necrosis, of the inflammation of the muscle, and especially the production of utrophin, as we observed with Sertoli cells. In conclusion, the treatment with microencapsulated mesenchymal stem cells could be a promising therapeutic strategy for DMD. This would be a therapy that could look at different aspects or affect different aspects of DMD. It doesn't require immunosuppression, and they are safer because of the microencapsulation part. Thank you for your attention, and thank you, Parent Project, for having selected this paper.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, grazie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Parent Project, for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to speak to you about something slightly different. adult DMD and the importance of cognitive function, quality of life, and other assessment tools like biomarkers to follow this pathology, even in the more advanced phases. So as we learned today, and as we know, thanks to progress made, especially with ventilation therapy and cardiological therapy, people with DMD live much longer. Today, they live even up to 40 years of age, and this changes the prospect. This pathology can be considered as a chronic condition in adult life, and therefore we asked ourselves some questions. How do we study functions like attention, concentration, and memory? How does quality of life change over time? What happens psychologically and emotionally? And are there markers that can help us to follow the course of the disease even when it's more advanced? All of this to study components like the brain and try to understand whether a targeted support is useful. I work in Turin at the Neuromuscular Disease Center. We followed 26 adults with DMD, and we assessed the motor, respiratory, heart, and nutritional function, but also the presence of anxiety, depression, or other psychological disorders. We used neurodegeneration markers, proteins that in the blood are potentially related to the progression of the disease. They're sometimes studied in dementia. And in a subgroup of 15 adults with DMD, who we selected because of the absence of cognitive deficiency, we also carried out neuropsychological tests. There's a questionnaire called CF36 to study the quality of life, and another to study and assess psychological well-being. What did we observe clinically? Well, obviously, every patient has a different story, but there are significant motor limitations. Often there's respiratory support that's required during the day, sometimes even tracheostomy. But in these patients who are over 26 years of age, the heart function is quite relatively preserved, and their nutritional status is generally well managed, only some need of the feeding tube. Whereas when it comes to neuropsychological tests, the main result was that some functions are more difficult to preserve. Executive functions, that is, they might require more time and more energy, whereas other functions like memory and logic seem to be well preserved in this cohort, but these results are in line with the individual and the schooling of the individual. With regard to the quality of life, usually it's quite good, and sometimes it's even better than the norm of the Italian general population. They have an excellent capacity to adapt, and what we observed is the social support. So quality of life is not only dependent upon the clinical condition. This instead is a questionnaire on psychological well-being. We see that often there are patients like anxiety, depression, and half of the patients have somatic expressions. But these questionnaires, well, the answers are provided by the patient, and the questionnaires are administered by a neuropsychologist or a clinician. The important thing is that the discomfort is not always expressed by the patient or caregiver. Often we need further tests to investigate. So an early diagnosis has made it possible to provide the patient with early treatment and therefore hopefully better results. Lastly, we also took blood samples to look for neurodegeneration biomarkers like ALS. It was seen that neurodegeneration can be peripheral and not just central. We confirmed something that was already suggested, i.e. that two markers, phospho-tau 181 and phospho-tau 217, are higher than in the control population. But in our population, they're higher in those that have a better motor and respiratory function, which is the opposite that is observed in dementia, where we have the involvement of the central nervous system. What does this mean? Does this mean that there is an origin and that's the muscle? So we said when it comes to final messages is that Duchenne obviously is more and more an adult age condition and requires assessment tools that go beyond the muscle. Also, in spite of the selection of the cohort, there are problems in terms of execution function. The quality of life seems to be good, whereas psychological symptoms like anxiety, depression, and somatic expression seem frequent, but they're not usually identified, and so they might require specific and different questionnaires. These biomarkers could be promising dependent upon the clinical stage of the disease, but we need more patients to verify that. Let me just complete with prospects, future prospects. We have to continue the analysis of biomarkers over time. We have to extend the case studies and involve other patients, and we need to study proteins and see whether the phospho-tau 181 and 217 on the muscle tissue of DMD patients is also present in healthy controls. Thank you.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good afternoon. My name is Alessandra Sardi. I work at the Gaslini Institute. I would like to thank Parent Project for giving me this opportunity. Today, I would like to look at some aspects of DMD that are often marginalized, namely affectivity and sexuality. When we talk about these diseases, we generally focus on diagnosis or clinical treatment, often neglecting these persons' need to engage in relationships and intimacy, of course. Affectivity and sexuality are viewed as key to well-being. However, it is difficult to deal with them at the same time and on a regular basis. So we've collected data from our boys' experiences. We now know that this is of extreme relevance, and it is something that is again often neglected. So we have envisaged a sort of physical help desk within hospitals, and we have created an ad hoc questionnaire, the aim of which is to investigate the relational aspect of our subjects, their affectivity and sexuality, their gender orientation. Of course, we may have already been aware of these needs, but we just wanted them to become better structured so that we could make a distinction among the different degrees of vulnerability and perceived need, whereby to get a handle on what can actually help us in terms of treatment. So 26 young men participated in the study. Among them, we see DMD boys, BMD boys, and other NMD boys. The very first result is that most of them have filled in all the questionnaire, and quite a good number of them have already said that they would like to get more information about these topics, also for the sake of their future relations. Of course, some important barriers also emerged, architectural barriers, but also the fear of not being accepted, a sense of inadequacy, and so on and so forth. And these are certainly jeopardized all possible relationships. Now, we've also seen that most of the boys have a sort of a vulnerable balance, which entails that some barriers can actually be overcome basically by giving more room to simply talking about such barriers. Now, this graph shows the scores obtained within the different sections, and we see that the bodily experience, the personal intimacy are key to the way these boys perceive affectivity and sexuality, so that there is a remarkable unease as to their own image and their wish to get in touch, physically in touch with someone else, still feeling at ease. As for support, well, the support they have got is usually felt positively, especially coming from families. However, it seemed like sexuality as a form of education was basically missing. So the very first results are therefore the following. There's some degree of vulnerability, but there's much opening. There are a lot of assets that call for a deeper investigation and a better and a wider room for this within hospital settings is now perceived as being of paramount importance, which is precisely what we are doing with our staff. Hopefully, all NMD patients may benefit from this, hopefully soon. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'd like to thank, of course, the staff and the boys who participated in the project, in the trial. Thank you.
Grazie a tutti gli oratori.
Thank you very much. I wish to thank you all for your presentations and also for keeping the time schedule and being very accurate too. And now let me ask Francesca Cumbo from the Bambin Gesù Pediatric Hospital in Rome. I would like to ask her to come to the podium. This is their brochure about neurocognitive development in dystrophin-related diseases. By the way, you have these brochures on your tables, so do get them. All the documents on the tables are for you to take home. And by the way, these tables must be cleaned up for getting them ready for the dinner. So please do take them home.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti e sono molto contenta.
Thank you. I'm very happy to give you this update, the update that regards NMD. With Professor D'Amico and Tosi, we have been involved in this project, which started a long time ago. The first guidelines were written in 2018, 2019. So what we have done this year is basically an update of that project. First of all, we provide a sort of a background, mainly a scientific background of the project. Then we move on to a detailed explanation, detailed but accessible explanation of the neurocognitive development in dystrophin-related diseases. And as for DMD, well, we also have a whole portion of our project that is DMD dedicated, and then two sections mainly for families, one regarding diagnosis and the other one about rehabilitation. All is explained very carefully and based on age groups. And the last part is about management, namely parent training that is multifaceted and all is very well and accurately explained. And then the very last part includes a glossary. I believe it may turn handy for you all, because you have a list of relevant words and their definitions. Thank you. Hope this will be interesting for you.
Grazie Francesca. Prendete veramente il materiale.
Thank you, Francesca. Again, get more than one copy per family, okay, of the documents you have on your tables or outside. We need all tables to be fully cleaned up. And of course, do take these documents home. Let the centers where you go have them too, okay? This is very important. We don't want to have them back. So we're now going to start our next session. There will be no coffee break, okay? However, in a few minutes, for those of you who want to try to leave, I mean, you may leave this room for a cup of coffee, but do so, quietly. Otherwise, we will not make it to the end. And please leave the room in small groups, and only if you feel it is necessary, okay? And of course, try and keep quiet. Now, the next session is about exon skipping. Emanuela Trentin will be chairing this session, and Annemiki Asma Rus and Stefano Previtali are also kindly requested to make it to the podium.
Bene, buonasera a tutti. Sarò molto
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be very quick. I'm going to report on my experience to introduce the session. My name is Emma. I am the sister of Michele Trentin, who is suffering from DMD. Michele was born in 1999 and today is 27 years old. I'm here to introduce the session on exon skipping and bring our testimony, because in 2011, our family participated in one of the very first clinical trials on exon skipping that took place at the hospital of Ferrara, and that was coordinated by Dr. Ferlini, who is here today and who I would like to greet and thank. I saw her earlier. I'm not going to go into the scientific aspects of the research, but what I do wish to share with you is how we as a family experienced this. The duration of the trial was 3 years. In our case, according to the procedure, Michele would have had to go to the hospital once a week in Ferrara for the entire duration of the project. But the days in the hospital were not just about the getting a shot or being visited by the doctor. We tried to convert them into an opportunity for family sharing. After the hospital, we would go and take a walk downtown, maybe go into a toy shop and have lunch together. Michele will be able to confirm this. At the beginning, this time was very intense on the whole, but after that, it was a good time for the family. It wasn't an easy process, and that trial, unfortunately, was discontinued because the expected results were not achieved. But we can say that we were very happy at having been able to participate, because from the very beginning, we understood that we weren't doing it only for Michele, but also for all the other young men who live with this disease. For us, it was important to believe and support research. And having supported this choice has enabled researchers today and over the years to be able to optimize the strategy up until being able to use more advanced molecules that today also make it possible to administer the therapy over longer periods of time, with longer breaks, I mean. The trial also made it possible to get to know other families and build relationships. It was an important time for us as a Duchenne community because our sharing made the difference. Now I'd like to introduce the speakers. Annemieke Adma-Roos, professor of genetics at the University of Leiden, and Dr. Stefano Previtali, a neurologist at the Hospital San Raffaele in Milan. They will tell us about updates in research and the progress made to date. Moreover, I'd like to remind everyone that at 5 p.m. A parallel session will begin, and it will be devoted to siblings. I'll be going there, and there will be a creative writing workshop. Thank you for listening, and I give the floor to the speaker.
Okay, thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. So the way it will run is I will explain exon skipping, how it works, what we've learned so far, and what to expect from future exon skipping products. And then Dr. Stefano will explain what trials you can participate in Italy. So my disclosures, I've been working on exon skipping for 26 years, and that has resulted in IP, and as a co-inventor of patents, I may be entitled to royalties related to the IP. And I'm also consulting and advising for many companies that work on exon skipping, and all the money that is received for that goes to my employer and not to me. So now, I will first introduce how exon skipping works, what is the concept, then give an overview of the currently approved exon skipping compounds approved in the US, and what to expect from the current and future developments. So exon skipping tries to allow Duchenne patients to make a Becker-like protein, but first we need to understand the dystrophin protein. And you heard already a lot about the dystrophin protein today. And what does dystrophin do? During muscle contraction, when we use our muscle, it stabilizes the muscle fibers. And I like to use the example of the carabiner that you will use when you go rock climbing, because like dystrophin, the carabiner has two important domains at the beginning and the end. And dystrophin has an important domain at its beginning, connecting to the muscle fiber machinery that contracts and the connective tissue surrounding the muscle fiber. And like the carabiner, you don't need dystrophin to have muscle or to use muscle. You need it when things go wrong, and that's the same as with the rock climbing tool. So what happens in Duchenne? They make only the beginning of the protein. What happens in Becker? They make both crucial domain, but they have a shorter bit in the middle. Both Duchenne and Becker have muscle pathology. So there is muscle damage, there's chronic inflammation, there's formation of scar tissue, and there's less regeneration. And this then leads to loss of muscle tissue and muscle function. So these processes happen in Duchenne and in Becker, but in Duchenne they happen quicker, and that's why the symptoms are earlier and the disease progression is more severe in Duchenne than in Becker. So what do we try to do with exon skipping? We try to restore the genetic code. And the genetic code in dystrophin is made out of exons, and they all fit together like puzzle pieces. And in Duchenne patients, usually one or more of these pieces are missing. And now we see the genetic code is disrupted, because 48, 49, and 50 are not there. And we see 47 does not fit to 51. So the code is disrupted, it becomes unreadable, and the translation into protein stops, so you get only the beginning of the protein. We can also see that 47 fits to 52. So that would be a Becker type of deletion, and it fits, so then the protein code would be restored and the protein translation could continue to happen. So what we want to do with exon skipping is the process where all these exons are linked together. We want to skip, in this case, exon 51. So how do we do that? We use antisense oligonucleotides that bind specifically to an exon. They hide it, so now 47 is linked to 52. So a Duchenne patient now is able to make a Becker-like protein. So this is done with AONs or ASOs, antisense oligonucleotides, and they are small pieces of DNA. They're chemically modified because we need to make them stable, we need to turn them into drug, and they bind specifically to gene transcript. And they're programmable, so we can decide where they bind. Do they bind to 54? Do they bind to 45? Do they bind to 51, etc. But each ASO is considered a different drug. And because different Duchenne patients have different deletions and different mutations, you need to skip different exons for different patients. And each of these ASOs is a new drug. And you need these chemical modifications, which I explained already. There are many modifications possible, but the 4 ASOs that are approved now by the FDA all have the same chemistry. That's called PMO, phosphorodiamidate morpholino oligomer. You understand why we call it PMO usually. So what is currently approved? I mentioned already there's 4 exon skipping drugs approved by the FDA. And these are eteplirsen, golodirsen, casimersen, and filtolarsen. And you can see in this scheme when they were approved. So the first one 10 years ago. And they target 3 different exons. So 51, 53, and 45. There's 3 developed by Sarepta. And there you need weekly intravenous infusion of 30 milligram per kilogram. And we know that these result in about 1% increase in dystrophin. Then we have filtolarsen, which is used at a higher dose, 80 milligram per kilogram, again, weekly intravenous infusions, and here this results in about 5% of dystrophin. Now, these are approved only in the US and not in Europe. And this is because in the US, there is a regulation that says you can approve when it's reasonably likely that the protein that you measure will later lead to functional effects. So dystrophin restoration means that probably in the long run, patients will have a slower disease progression. There is no legal premise for this in Europe. So the EMA wants to see functional effects in clinical trials. And actually, the FDA wants to see that as well, because they have approved the treatments, but they still ask the companies, you need to confirm that this works. You need to show us functional evidence. So these trials to confirm are currently ongoing. And meanwhile, because now these drugs are approved in the US, they're also commercially available, and evidence from that is also being collected. But then, well, if you treat someone commercially, there is no placebo group. So you can only compare to natural history. And the challenge with natural history is that, well, this natural history may be older, so maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and it may be from different patients. The patients who get access to these sophisticated treatments might not be the average patients. There might be a selected subset who is seen in expert centers in the US. The good thing about natural history is that you can collect also data for longer term. So you can look after 5 years, after 10 years, when is there loss of ambulation. If you would say, well, we're going to do a clinical trial and we're going to see when loss of ambulation happens, you would have to do a very long trial. And that's, of course, also not what we want. So there's pros and cons to the real-world evidence. So the confirmatory studies that FDA told the companies to do, 3 of the 4 have results. The first one is eteplirsen. The trial is still ongoing. It's the MISSION trial. It's a 3-year trial, and so it's ongoing. results are expected next year. For the other 3, the trials are complete. So the first 2 is casimersen and golodirsen, a 2-year clinical trial where the primary endpoint was not met. The other one is viltolarsen, a 1-year clinical trial, and again, also there the primary endpoint was not met. So in the time of the trial, 1 year or 2 year, these low levels of dystrophin that were restored were not able to slow down disease progression in a way that could be measured by the outcomes of this trial. Now, what do the natural history comparison, the real-world evidence, what does that tell us? For eteplirsen, there is a lot. It was approved 10 years ago. So compared to natural history, there's less decline in cardiac function, there's later loss of ambulation, there's a slower decline in the ambulatory trajectory, there's a slower decline in respiratory function, and the survival is increased. Then for golodirsen and viltolarsen, there's also some early data available, and for casimersen there's nothing yet because it was approved more recently, so there's no comparison yet. So what does this mean? So on the one hand, we have these placebo-controlled trials that don't show that there's slower progression in the trial. So the placebo and the treated patients, there's no significant difference. But if we look at the natural history, there seems to be a suggestion that the patients may have a slower disease trajectory, but some of this natural history data may be 10 or 15 years old. And then the question is, how sure are you that you're looking at a treatment effect and not just that the care has improved? So for regulators, the comparison to natural history is less convincing. Regardless of everything, what this shows is that even if these diseases or if these treatments do work, they work a little bit. So they're slowing down disease trajectory a little. So there is room for improvement and we have to do better. So how can we do better and what is currently ongoing? There's different ways you can do. You can improve the sequence of the ASO, you can improve the chemistry, you can improve the delivery in general, and you can improve the delivery of the ASO to the skeletal muscle. And the hope is that doing this you can use lower doses because the doses now are very high, less frequent because every week is a burden, and hopefully also more dystrophin restoration. And the first thing to do is to improve the target sequence. And you might think, well, before they go into a clinical trial, haven't they fully optimized everything? But especially with the earlier stage, the 51, that was not done. That was developed in academia, transferred to companies, and there's probably room for improvement there. So then, the second thing is the chemistry. So PMOs have very poor bioavailability, which means that you inject it in the bloodstream and in 1 hour you go to the toilet and most of your PMO is in the toilet because you pee it out. So we need to find a way. How can we make sure that it stays in the body longer so that it also goes to the muscle? So you can use different chemistry. So the phosphorothioate has a better bioavailability. It stays around in the bloodstream longer. The PMO binds to its target, but it does this reasonably well. So there's probably optimization. So you can play again with the chemistry and it will bind better. And if it binds better, it will lead to more skipping. And there's several companies focusing on this improved chemistry, BioMarin, Wave, and Sky Therapeutics. So that is the chemistry, but can we improve the delivery? Can we make it so that the PMO doesn't go into the urine, but rather goes into tissues? We can do that by adding to the PMO arginine-rich peptides. And they facilitate entrance into tissues. So this is not specific for muscles, it goes to all the tissues, but then also to muscle. The challenge here is that these arginine-rich peptides can be toxic. And then the question is, what comes first? A lot of dystrophin or kidney toxicity? And in the mice, what came first was a lot of dystrophin and not the toxicity. Sadly, for 2 of these compounds, the one developed by Sarepta and PepGen, what came first was kidney toxicity and not the dystrophin restoration. So these developments were stopped. And Trada is working on this as well, and they have, so to say, a second generation of this compound because they have a cyclic peptide, so the other one was just linear, now we have a cyclic one, and they have less arginines. And there's a clinical trial ongoing, and so far there are no reports of adverse events, and in healthy volunteers it was well tolerated. So far this seems to go well. So then, of course, well, why would we improve delivery in general if we can also improve delivery specifically to muscle? That would be, of course, the best thing, because that's where we want to go. So companies are doing that as well, and here what they do, they have an antibody that targets a receptor, the transferrin receptor 1. And the transferrin receptor 1 is involved in iron transporting. So it's expressed on many tissues, but it's expressed higher on muscle tissue, plus we have a lot of muscle. So if we target this receptor, it's not really that it only will go to muscle, but the majority will go to muscle because there's a lot of transferrin receptors on the muscle. So with this receptor antibody uptake effort, we get more and better uptake by the muscle. And the companies working on this are Avidity and Dyne. Avidity has a very big antibody, which is a challenge. The bigger it is, the more difficult it is to manufacture. But the advantage is they can link 4 PMOs to one antibody. Dyne has a smaller antibody, a fragment antibody, a FAP. Well, smaller is easier to make, but now they have only 1 PMO can be attached to one antibody. So the hope is that with all these improvements and combinations of improvements, you can use a lower dose, less frequent dosing, and get more dystrophin. And I want to say something about dystrophin, because all these clinical trials, they measure dystrophin, the exon skipping trials. And what they do, they take a biopsy. Now, because most Duchenne patients make a little bit of dystrophin, they have to take a biopsy before the treatment and after the treatment, and then compare when do the patients make more, hopefully after the treatment. But these dystrophin levels can vary a lot. They can vary because of which exon is skipped. Exon 44 skipping is easy. So you will easily get very high levels of dystrophin, but then if you use the same approach to skip another exon, it's probably going to be lower. It also depends on when the biopsy is taken. There will probably be more dystrophin after 4 injections than after 1 injection. How is the analysis done? And not all companies use the same method. And then also some companies will use normalization. And then they will say muscle adjusted. And several companies do that, but it's very unclear what they mean and how they do this. So that means that it's really difficult to compare the different approaches and the different levels of dystrophin. So when one company tells you, we have this amount of dystrophin muscle adjusted, and other companies have less, that doesn't per se mean that that one company is doing the best. I'm just saying, like, there's many things that affect how much dystrophin you have in a trial, and don't stare yourself blind, especially when they use the muscle adjusted. So what to expect functionally? Because dystrophin levels are now getting higher in clinical trials, and that's good because 1% is, well, I'm not that surprised. It may slow down disease progression, but we need to do better. So hopefully we now go to the point where we have 10% of dystrophin or even more, and then indeed we are able to see a slower disease progression. The challenge is, how do we measure a slower progression in a clinical trial setting? Because in a placebo-controlled setting, this is really difficult, because you can only measure a slower decline when patients are declining. And then a slower decline, well, they need to decline a certain amount in order to be able to say, no, they're doing now less, but they're declining less. So probably one-year trials, even though we would love to have them, probably they're not going to be enough. Probably you need longer trials, and that's also now what we see. And it's also good to bear in mind that, well, even if we would reach the 20% of dystrophin, that would not mean we convert Duchenne into Becker. And I think it was mentioned already earlier today as well. We're not converting a Duchenne in a Becker because Becker patients have 20% or X% of dystrophin from birth. Now we have a Duchenne patients and we intervene. So when we give the treatment, they start to make dystrophin. And all the damage that they accumulated already until that point, that is already there and we cannot undo that. So don't think Duchenne will be converted into Becker. What we hope is that we slow down disease progression from the point that patients are treated. So in summary, we can increase dystrophin with exon skipping in patients. The first generations of ASO have taught us a lot. The next generation hopefully will allow higher dystrophin levels with less frequent dosing. And it is early days. So for the new ones, we're getting excited because we get more dystrophin, but there's also possibilities that they may not be safe. And well, we've seen that sadly too, the development had to stop because they caused kidney toxicity. So with that, I thank you very much and I hand over to Stefano.
Ok, grazie mille Annemieke.
Thank you very much, Annemieke. I'm going to turn because I can't really read very well. These are my disclosures. We work with various pharmaceutical companies, and these are the clinical trials. What I'd like to describe here is the 4 trials that are already underway or that will soon begin in Italy. I've broken them down or divided them alphabetically. What I'm going to show you is the findings that they provided to me. If there are any questions that I can't answer, then you can contact these companies because they're here in the audience. And probably there will be updates at the end of March. There will probably be additional information that we will soon receive. This first trial is out of Avidity. It's called Safari. It's a phase 3 randomized double-blind placebo-controlled global study. So the patient is randomly assigned to either the drug or the placebo. And it uses this drug. I think that the names of drugs are becoming more and more complicated. Anyway, it skips exon 44, so 6 or 7% of Duchenne patients. Administration is 5 milligrams per kilo, and it's administered every 6 weeks. The mechanism is as described by Annemieke. It's the traditional ASO, which is combined with a humanized AB that recognizes the transferrin receptors, so it should favor the entry of the drug into the muscle fibers. In this case, we've got preliminary studies, or rather outcomes and results of the first 2 trials. They tried 2 cohorts, so one with 5 and one with 10 milligrams. The time of administration changed a little bit, and then in the end they opted for 5 milligrams every 6 weeks. 39 patients were treated, 39 were able to walk. The adverse events were the usual that we normally observe with these drugs, so nothing particularly significant, except that there were reactions like anaphylaxis and hypersensitivity, which can happen, and in this case, they're more serious as reactions. The data that we know of are at 4 and 5 months between those who took the drug versus placebo group. There is an improvement in some of the motor evaluation or assessment scales. Some findings are more significant than others. For example, in our case, it doesn't change much, but these are the findings at 12 months against the natural history. Obviously, all patients here took the drug in the 5 or 6 months, and so the time has to be compared against something that happened before. In this case, of course, the data are more significant, but as Annemieke said, the limit here is that they're compared with cohorts of patients that were evaluated previously. The new trial is a phase 3 trial. The ratio will be 1-to-1 with placebo. There will be about 70 patients aged between 7 and 16 years. It'll be a double-blind study for 54 weeks. weeks, and that's a year. And then they are given the drug every 6 weeks. The patients have to be ambulant. The onset of the disease must have occurred before 6 years of age, and the time to rise must be between 3.5 and 12 seconds, and SAA between 16 and 28. And obviously, they need to be in stable therapy with steroid, vamorolone, and they may have used another ASO previously, but it needs to have been discontinued for at least 6 months. But instead, no gene therapy is admitted. There will be no muscle biopsy, and contraception is necessary. The primary endpoint is a change of time to rise with respect to the baseline after 1 year. Secondary endpoint is all the motor scales, so how long it takes them to climb 4 stairs, to walk for 10 meters, and the SV95C, and then the various scales that you are familiar with. Then we have exploratory endpoints, biomarkers at the cardiac level and respiratory level. The study will involve about 25 to 30 centers globally. It'll begin soon. There will be centers in Italy too, and their names will be disclosed shortly. The second study is that of BioMarin. It's a 1-2 phase open label study with a dose escalation. I don't think the study has a name yet. The skipping is on exon 51. It's an intravenous shot every week, so every week they have to have the infusion at the patients. And it's an ASO with modified chemistry to better enter into the muscles and the heart, and therefore induce the skipping. Preliminary studies, in this case, are in animal models, where it was shown that the drug is capable of adequately penetrating the heart, of doing a good skipping of exon 51. And the functional studies on animals have shown that if the animal is sick, these are the animals that took the drug, and this is how they behave, like a normal subject, a normal mouse in this case. So this is a 1-2 clinical trial. The doses will be 6, 9, and 12 milligrams per kilo. Patients will have to be between 4 and 10 years of age, maximum 18 patients, and the duration of the treatment depends on the time at which they come into the treatment, so usually between 48 and 97 weeks. All patients have to be on a stable steroid therapy. If they discontinued it for 12 weeks, they may have done previous ASO skipping and instead not patients with gene therapy. They are not eligible. The primary endpoint is safety. Secondary is the plasma levels and the urine levels of the drug, and the other endpoints, efficiency of skipping, expression of dystrophin, and immune response, and functional test. There is a biopsy of the muscle at 0 time and after 25 weeks. The study began in January 2024. 16 of the 18 patients were recruited. 2 are in Italy, 1 in Rome and 1 in Milan. The third study instead is sponsored by Dyne. It's called Deliver. This too is randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled at multiple ascending dose study. The skipping is of exon 51, an infusion every 4 weeks intravenously. The mechanism is an ASO plus TFR1. It's a portion of antibody which allows the product to enter the muscle. It's a double-blind trial, as I said. There's an ascending dose, a growing dose. There's a phase in which the ratio is 2-to-1, and then 3-to-1 for 25 weeks at growing doses for a maximum of 20 milligrams per kilograms. The duration is 25 weeks, after which they go into a long extension phase. The patients were meant to be 32 initially, now there are more. I think the age is between 4 and 16 years. Ambulant and non-deambulant are included, but they must have lost the capacity to walk for at least 2 years. Stable therapy with corticosteroids for 12 weeks, and previous therapy with the ASO skipping of exon 51, only if it's been discontinued for 12 weeks. In this case, too, we have muscle biopsy at time 0 and after 25 weeks, and possibly an additional biopsy. The primary endpoint is safety and the increased dystrophin produced in the muscle tissue. Secondary endpoint, the capacity of skipping the exon, and all, well, CPK and all the functional tests. There are other exploratory endpoints, other functional tests, respiratory tests, cardiac tests, quality of life. The trial began in 2024. Right now, we have the extension phase. There are preliminary toxicity findings, which were published. Up until 20 milligrams, it's the same level of toxicity as described thus far. So malaise, fever. Right after the injections, there were 2 serious events because at the beginning of the study, one cohort was to be assigned to 40 milligrams, but in this case, 2 patients, both Italian, they experienced thrombocytopenia in one case and pancytopenia in the other case. They discontinued the drug and they recovered, but out of safety, it was decided to only treat them at 20 milligrams and not 40. With regard to functions and efficacy, based on what we've observed, there is an improvement compared to those who took placebo, an improvement of the various motor functions, for example, time to rise. I think this is the pull. This is respiratory function, and this is the amount of protein that's normalized in the muscle tissue, as Anamika said, which increases by 7 times. If it's not normalized in the muscle tissue, the percentage, the total percentage, is a little bit lower, of course. The increase in proportion is pretty much the same, 7 times the base level. There are several centers throughout the world. At least 3 are active in Italy. The last trial is sponsored by Entrada. The study is called Elevate. There's 2, actually, Elevate 44 and Elevate 45. In one case, they do skipping of exon 44, and the other exon 45. It's done in 2 parts. It's also a randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled study. Again, ASOs are studied for the skipping and infusion every 6 weeks. The system here is a little bit different from the other trials. It has the drug go in through vesicles, and the entry of the drug into the body is a little bit through a different route. In this case, there was an animal that was tested. It was humanized with the dystrophin gene. The conditions were created to do the skipping of exon 44, and once the drug is administered, the amount of dystrophin produced increases. There's a functional correction, and in the healthy volunteer, progressively there's an increased amount of the drug in the bloodstream and the ability study to do the skipping of exon 44. And of course, in this case, the drug was discontinued. The study is a phase 1/2b trial in 2 parts. Both parts are in double blind. There's a phase A in which we need look at the dose. 3 doses here, 6, 12, and 18 milligrams, 3 infusions at 12 weeks. And then they go into an open phase in which all patients receive the drug. In part B, once the dose is established, patients with a ratio of 2 to 1 will either be assigned to the drug or to the placebo, and the study will follow then. Will be followed by the open phase. There should be 24 patients in Part A, age 4 to 20 years. They need to be able to walk. They need to be on stable steroid therapy. They need to have a good cardiac function, of course. Gene therapy, exon skipping are both excluded, and givinostat needs to have been discontinued for at least 1 month prior to the trial. Biopsy is to happen at time 0 and after a certain period of time. In phase A, after 127 days, and in Part B, after 220 days. Primary endpoint is safety in Part A, change of the expression of dystrophy in the Western blot technique in Part B. Then secondary endpoints are shown here. The increase in dystrophin, the skipping, the motor function, and so on. Obviously, there are other exploratory endpoints to look for biomarkers, to evaluate the respiratory and cardiac function. But this is a study that's actually going to begin right now. And these are the 4 centers in Italy that are going to be participating in the trial. I think I have pretty much covered it. The Winter Olympics have just concluded, and so I'm showing you the Olympic flags, but the Paralympic Games are starting, so we welcome the Paralympic athletes. Thank you.
Grazie a entrambi e diamo adesso il via alla
Thank you both. Now the discussion can begin. If you have questions, please raise your hand, or you can use the mobile phone number to write down your question. While you're thinking of your own questions, I have one for Stefano Previtali. Well, at least 2 studies now seem to be recruiting patients with very similar characteristics. There's the same exon being the object of the exon skipping technique. However, apparently the patients are supposed to choose whether they want to be the object of an exon skipping method application, or, for example, use givinostat. So how can we help families through a better aware choice? The most difficult part was having the mic on. Anyway, as it was said this morning, we don't seem to have a long-time givinostat group of patients right now. So it's going to be difficult for us to have toxicity-related data to be hopefully compared to an exon skipping group. So right now they're out for comparable results, comparable data. I believe once those data are collected, an actual comparison will be carried out in order to see whether damage or efficacy data can be compared, as it was the case of corticosteroid patients. I mean, something is going to change, I believe, in the near future. Of course, it's up to the family to decide whether to stay on a therapy whose drugs have already been tested for safety and tolerance, or moving on to other drugs, possibly leading to a higher amount of dystrophin production, but that will entail the use of givenostat for some time. Well, this is what we do, because we are often asked to come into play too. We may have a slightly simpler way of communicating, therefore parents come to see us and ask the same questions, basically, and we try and tell them all they should be aware of. Well, there's not one thing that is better than the other one. It's just a choice, you know, it's just a choice. At least that's how the situation, I mean, what we stand, where we stand at. So here's a question. Can exon skipping be used for duplications? It's for you, Annemieke.
I think, yeah, it works. So I think we get this question every year. Yes. So can it be used for duplications? For most duplications, no. And the reason is that if you have a duplication, you have a double amount. So you have exons, and then you have the same amount of exons again. And the problem is that, say, if you would need, for a duplication, you would need to skip exon 45, the ASO will not be able to discriminate between the duplicated exon that you want to skip and the original exon that you do not want to skip. So you will correct the code on one end, but you will disrupt it somewhere else. So for longer duplications, this doesn't work. The only exception is if you have a duplication of one exon, because there actually we benefit from the fact that exon skipping is currently not very efficient, because, well, the chance that one ASO is targeting the same transcript is not that high. So if you have a duplication of one exon, then exon skipping might work. And actually there's a trial from Sarepta where they try this for the approved PMOs. They try single exon skipping. And the 3 patients that were included, they all had dystrophin restoration. But for longer duplications, it is really difficult because you need to skip one of the 2 exons to restore the reading frame. And there's no way to tell the ASO, well, you need to skip this one and not that one. So in half the transcript, it will do what it's supposed to be doing, and in the other half, it will make things worse by skipping the wrong exon.
Grazie Annemieke. A proposito, ci sono dei rappresentanti di 4 aziende qui che
There are here representatives of 4 different companies. They can answer questions from Entrada, Din Sarepta, and Dyne. So we can also ask our questions to the companies.
Yep. Hi, I just wonder, probably we have at least 5 years, maybe 10 years of exon skipping use applications, especially for 51. I wonder if there are any data, probably they are, comparing the progress of boys on exon skipping compared with the natural history that they do have had. Shouldn't they take exon skipping?
So one of the things I showed was that indeed they're making these comparisons, but the challenge is that you have to do these comparisons very carefully, because if you say, well, any patient, no, so you treat patients when they are a specific age, and then you need to find another patient who is of roughly the same age, roughly the same disease stage when you start the treatment, where you also have 10-year follow-up data. So you're really limited to the natural history data sets that are out there where they have collected this. But then, of course, the challenge is that if you have this data now, it's probably older data. So you do not know, like, how old is this? Well, some of the data is 10 years old, 15 years old. So that means that, well, this was 10, 15 years ago. So maybe what was happening then is different from what's happening now. So that is one challenge. And the second challenge is that we're now using outcome measures that we didn't have back then. So, for instance, the 6-minute walk test, which I think we all do not love, but for a long time that was done in the natural history study. So that data we have. But then we have now newer methods like the wearables that we didn't have in these natural history data sets. So that makes it difficult to make these comparisons. So what is more convincing is when is someone going into a wheelchair for, say, long-term use. So when you go outside, you use a wheelchair, you're not able to walk for longer distances. That, usually you know which age that happens, so then you can compare, does that happen later? And the data that they have so far suggests that that happens later. And you look at when do people need ventilation? So you have those data, but again, you need the data sets. And we also know, so there was a time when I started research when we thought all Duchenne patients are the same. Well, we now know that is not the case. Some have a slower progression, some have a quicker progression. So you really need to be very careful with what you compare because you have only a small set of patients that you treat with the eteplirsen. You have a much larger group of patients that are not treated. So people are doing exactly what you say. So far, the data suggests that there is a slower progression in the patients who are treated long-term with the eteplirsen. But this is, well, for all the caveats that I explained, this for the regulators is less convincing. They really want to see in a placebo-controlled trial, in the same settings, in the same time periods, when all the conditions are controlled, do we see a slower progression? And I think that is currently, well, the data will be out next year. The trial that is running is still ongoing. The data should be out next year. And then we will see whether there is a slower progression in this 3-year trial.
Se avete domande tirate sulle mani così.
Please raise your hand if you have any questions so that we can see you. I can read one. Is there a hope that we can get to the skipping of exons like 59, which is more rare, or like many others? Maybe this is for the companies, the pharmaceutical companies, or would you like to say?
Maybe not every year, but every other year at least. So I think the reason that we're now doing skipping for the exons that apply to larger groups is that for the regulatory approval, we need larger groups to test whether it works. And if you have an exon that applies to only 10 patients worldwide, well, that's going to be very difficult to have a placebo-controlled trial. So this is why the focus is now on these groups. Having said that, there is companies that are also developing for, say, other exons. So for instance, the 44 skipping that Avidity and Entrada are working on, that didn't used to be the focus, now it is. NS Pharma and Entrada are preparing for exon 50 skipping trials, and NS Pharma has already one ongoing. So there are more and more exons, but then we come to the very, very small part where there's maybe less than 1%, less than 0.5%, and that is really challenging because how do you show that exon skipping is efficient? And I think if there is a point where we know, okay, we see 10% dystrophin or 15% dystrophin in these patients, and we also see a slower disease progression, North Star, rise from floor, whatever. We see a slower disease progression at 18 months or 24 months or maybe even longer. Then we know, okay, so in our small groups, now that is the level of dystrophin that we should strive for. And then you can say, well, then because you will never be able to show slower progression in very small groups. But if we know this is the percentage of dystrophin that we need to go for, then you can start thinking of doing these smaller groups. And there's several other things. So I now say 10 or 15% of dystrophin, but it may very well be that if you're ambulant, you need a different amount of dystrophin for slower disease progression than when you're non-ambulant. So all these things we do not know yet, and therefore, for now, we can't really develop these AONs for the smaller groups of patients because we just don't know when is the treatment successful.
Aggiungere una cosa, credo che ci debbano essere.
I'll add something. I think that there need to be different regulations in the future for the more rare or ultra-rare forms, because obviously they're not going to be able to benefit from the same type of trials that benefit the more frequent forms. So obviously we'll have to get to a point at which we believe that a certain method is efficacious enough, and then the demonstrative part will come with slightly different rules.
The EMA is working on a new mechanism for platforms, and because this problem is not happening just for exon skipping, it's also happening for cell therapy, for gene therapy. So the legislation is going to change, and EMA is preparing for that. And there will be a webinar on this this Monday. It's going to be extremely scientific, so I'm not saying all watch. It's public, so you can watch if you want, but it's going to be scientific. But be aware that the regulators are working on this. So they're going to change things. But even if they're going to change things, the platform will only work if you have a success. So for now, we do not know which ASO, which dose, how much dystrophin, all these things we do not know. So we need this first. But when we do, then indeed we need a better regulation. And fortunately, EMA is working on that.
Bene. Abbiamo un'altra domanda che dice buongiorno, direzione delle...
What about the exon 51, exon skipping? Are there active clinical trials? In direction of exon 52, he's 11 years old, non-ambulatory. I don't know. There might be studies in the preliminary phase, but we don't know that yet because we don't know.
I think the 51 currently there's not that many trials because some trials stopped. So I don't think there's any in the non-ambulatory. And I think also there the challenge is that it's difficult to slower disease progression. And then it's even more difficult in non-ambulatory patients than in ambulatory patients. Having said that, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't study it, because if we don't study it, we'll never solve it. But yeah, I'm also not aware of any trials ongoing.
Ok, c'è un'altra domanda.
There's another question. Same answer, I think, applies for a family that asked about yet another exon. So there is another more general question. Tell me if there are questions from the floor, because I can't really see with the slide in my eyes. Yes, people are shy in the audience. I have two children. One is 42 and one is 37. They're healthy carriers of DMD. Every year they do an ECG and it's negative. Is this enough? And over the years, will they have to take drugs? I think that we can take advantage of the fact that we have Dr. Privitali with us to have an answer that doesn't quite pertain to the session. Okay, well, it is very rare for healthy carriers to present the disease. I have very rare cases in mind. The mechanism is quite complicated to explain. Normally, they don't present anything but cardiomyopathy. So generally, after 40 years of age, echocardiograms should be done periodically, every 2 to 3 years, if not every year, to make sure that the heart keeps working. They shouldn't have any other serious problems. We know that cardiomyopathy can be controlled with drugs used in other contexts too. So it should not be a problem, an insurmountable problem. I'd like to ask you a question. I'm breaking the rules, but anyway, what about a symptomatic healthy carrier with who is currently in trial with exon skipping? What do you do?
For a manifesting carrier, or basically, so I think we stopped calling them manifesting carrier. We're now starting to call them female dystrophinopathy because they have a disease. It would be case by case, but most often female dystrophinopathy patients will have some normal dystrophin and they will have some no dystrophin, so some of the transcripts are unreadable. Now, if we do exon skipping, we actually have the same problem as with the duplications. The ASO should skip the exon in the mutated gene transcripts, because there it will then allow a Becker dystrophin to produce. However, they won't be able to discriminate, so they will also target the normal transcripts that code for the normal dystrophin. So what you probably will get is less normal dystrophin and some Becker-like dystrophin. And well, I would predict that that's going to make things worse rather than better. There are very rare cases where patients make almost only like no dystrophin. Then, of course, it's a different matter, because then just by chance, it's going to be more likely that you restore the reading frame, and it's more likely, well, you have very little dystrophin, and then you start making the Becker. But in general, it's probably not a good idea to do it, because it's more likely that you make things worse than that you make things better.
Grazie.
Benissimo, allora direi che possiamo...
Very well. Did I see a hand up? I'm sorry, but we do need a mic or we can't hear.
Connected with givinostat. What in givinostat for women?
Domani, tomorrow
Yes.
we will have a session in which we are going to talk also about givinostat, so maybe you can do the same question tomorrow and you will have the clinician on the stage that will provide you the information, okay? It's fine.
Yeah, you will have a better answer.
Yeah, exactly. But it's interesting. It's an interesting question.
Allora ringrazio due fantastici.
Let me thank the two wonderful speakers, Annemieke and Stefano, for having contributed to this session. I'd like to call upon my colleague, Tiziana Dauria, who will speak to us about a holiday.
Allora, buonasera a tutti.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Solo Big Foundation, and this is a side, was established in Jesolo in 2022. Its goal is to provide support to children and families that live with complex disabilities. How does it do it? Well, through residential holidays and laboratories and educational pathways. Thanks to one of our fathers over the years, we met with two people from the association that gave us the opportunity to restore an event called the Psychosocial Vacation, which we organized in other places. This year it's going to happen between the 26th to the 30th of May at their campsite in Jesolo. It's a week that is dedicated to us, for all the families that have children and teenagers aged between 12 and 18. The program is still evolving, and so we will keep you apprised of it later on. And a detailed email will be sent to you. It'll be an opportunity to come together and spend some time. At the entrance of the hotel, there will be several stands when you can pick up material, and behind me you see a picture of the website of the association that you can visit to gain further information. And now I'd like to call upon Vilma Valfré. I'd like to ask her to join me here, and she's going to introduce the last session, which is devoted to the transition in DMD. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call on stage Rosalind Quinlivan and Alessia Marcassoli, who, with me, will conclude the deliberations this afternoon.
Buonasera. Innanzitutto mi presento.
Let me introduce myself. Good evening or good afternoon. My task is to end the day with this session on transition to adult age. My name is Vilma. I'm from Asti in the region of Piedmont, and I am the mother of 3 boys, Davide, Matteo, and Gloria. She's actually a girl. Matteo is somewhere around here. He's 23, and he has Duchenne. I'd like to talk to you briefly about my experience, our experience as a family in relation to the transition from childhood to adulthood. And we're actually still going through it right now as I speak to you. There are different aspects that need to be considered, and I'll begin with the clinical ones. As far as we're concerned, from the clinical point of view and in terms of treatment, the transition happened very naturally. When Matteo turned 17, the physiotherapist who followed him ever since he'd been a small boy told us that there would have been a transition from the day hospital for children to that for adults. At the appropriate time, they set an appointment, and both physiatrists were there, that for the physiatrist for children and the one for adults, and the physiotherapist who had always followed Matteo. The physiotherapist responsible for aid and equipment was also the same until last year when she retired. She called us to say goodbye and to explain the new modalities introduced by the hospital to set appointments and to request aids. The only great difference here was that the sessions of physiotherapy were no longer two a week, but only one, and cycles are prescribed. So far, they have been renewed seamlessly. To make things a little bit easier for all of us, physiotherapy happens at home. We have the physiotherapist that comes to us, and that means we don't have to travel to the hospital. And this is very helpful because Matteo is now a university student. He plays sports, and he doesn't have a whole lot of time, and time is valuable for him as it is for the rest of us. Obviously, we have to supplement this with private physiotherapy, although we know that there are areas that are not as well served as ours. So we're quite lucky. This is one aspect that we need to work on as a community because we all know that physiotherapy is extremely useful, especially during adult age. As regards instead the support of our center of reference, the checkups and the modality of checkups has changed completely. At the Mondino Hospital in Pavia, Matteo, now that he's an adult, only is seen as a day hospital patient, and this means that we need to go to Turin for the respiratory and cardiological part. We need to travel to Reggio Emilia for the physiotherapy part, and we need to go to Milan for the trial, and then Pavia again to renew the therapeutic plan. So there's a lot to be done, and it's an aspect that could be improved, although Matteo has accepted it. Another major topic is that of social life or social aspects, and here I focus my attention on three main topics. First of all, the assistant, personal assistant. One of the problems that comes up as our children grow to be young adults is that their needs change because they want more autonomy, but at the same time they have less strength, and in parallel the need for assistance increases. Matteo has an assistant and has had one ever since he was an adolescent. Right now the assistant comes for about 10 hours a week. With the assistant he does stretching, exercises, he sometimes goes to the gym to work out, or he just goes out for pizza. The great problem, however, is to find an assistant. in that so far we've had university students which do this job, but once they find a definitive form of employment, they leave us. So assistance is definitely something that we need to focus on, because assistance is something that Matteo needs for his own space, but we too need that as the family. The parents and siblings need the assistance because we need our space. We need to preserve the family balance, and as happened in families that have no health issues, everybody, all the members of the family need their space. As regards sports, this is one of the important aspects of our family, I have to say. Matteo started playing Paralympic pétanque when he was an adolescent, or bowls. So he grew as an athlete and as a person through sports. Sports are of paramount importance, in this case too, for him and for us, because he goes out at least twice a week to train, for practice. Often during the year there are competitions, not just in Italy but abroad too. This means that he has the opportunity to meet new people, to travel, and it's definitely something that is enriching to him, and that makes him feel good, both physically but also mentally, psychologically. So I suggest to everybody that although it might be a little bit complicated, I do strongly advise that you involve your children and young adults as they grow, and encourage them to practice sports, some sport. It could be hockey, from their wheelchair, or basket, or anything that they can actually practice. And then one last aspect is friendships. We believe that, of course, friendships need to be cultivated and nurtured, but we need to get an early start. And what I mean by that is that the friends that you make when you're in elementary and junior high school usually stick with you even when the situation changes. Instead, more superficial friendships disappear, and that can be a problem, because as the boys grow, as they grow up, difficulties increase both operationally and logistically. One example is, going out on Saturday night. Often, these young adults go from a pub to another pub, and if you've got somebody in a wheelchair, it is a problem, because you need to find pubs or other places that are accessible. You need to have the special car. So if the friends are not real friends, they're going to sort of desert the person and disappear. So I especially speak to you who have young children. Do all you can to make sure that your children cultivate sound friendships, because that's going to help in their transition to adulthood. This being said, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Rosalind Quillivan from the University College of London. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to your meeting. And I've been asked to talk about the International Consensus Standard of Care for Transition in Duchenne. These are some disclosures that I wish to mention. And I'm going to start, as we've heard all throughout today, that men with Duchenne are living longer, and they're going to continue to live longer as time goes by. And we also know that for anybody with a chronic illness, leaving school and leaving hospital care, moving to adult hospital care, can be a really daunting experience. So transition is really a process, and it's a process about preparing for adulthood. And in our healthcare setting, it's about helping young people and their families prepare for these major life changes. And the transition process has goals, it has ambitions, and I think they fit very nicely with the introduction that we've just heard. It's about helping young people develop resilience and self-confidence so that they can plan for the future, assert for themselves, grow and maintain relationships, which we've heard is very important, make healthy lifestyle choices because they're going to live for a much longer life, and also take responsibility for their own health and well-being, and to be independent with the right support. And again, finding that right support, as we've heard, can be difficult. I kind of think that you can compare a children's medical health service to an adult health service rather like this. The children's service is like a little village. Everybody lives in the same village. They all know each other. They all speak to each other. They say hi in the street. Everybody knows you as the patient that comes to that village, and it feels very safe. And the care that's offered in pediatric services is very much family-centered. But as we've heard already, going to the adult service is like moving to a big city. It's huge, and everybody is in different apartment blocks, and they don't speak to each other because their paths don't cross because it's so much bigger. So care becomes fragmented, and it's to do with the organization of a much bigger health service. And furthermore, the type of care the paradigm of care changes. It now becomes patient-centered, where the focus is on shared decision-making between the clinician and the patient. So we need to use the transition process to help manage this change in the emphasis of care and in the type of care that young people are going to receive. And I think we've heard a lot about it already today. We need to help young people develop autonomy. Oops, wrong button. Go back. Because without autonomy, you can't make decisions. But also without knowledge and information, you can't make decisions. So we have to be open about the condition and the choices that are open to young people when it comes to their management. We need to communicate with young people in a way that they can understand. And we heard all of this earlier on during the empowerment session. These are the same topics. And we need to help young people. We need to give them support when making those decisions because they're going to be anxious and nervous. And that support needs to come from family, from friends, from healthcare professionals, from advocacy groups. And so to achieve all of those goals during the transition process, it's a good idea to set some goals to help that young person move through that period in their life. Unfortunately, we heard about a really good example of transition, but both internationally, this is a problem across the board. Teresina Evangelista led a Euro-NMD survey last year. 67 healthcare professionals from 20 countries responded to the questionnaire. And these are the key results. Less than a third of the centres had a clear transition protocol in place. Less than 1 in 5 healthcare professionals had received any training in transition. Most centres initiated the transition process between the ages of 17 and 18, and we'll hear later how that is very late. And often there was inconsistent collaboration between the clinical teams, particularly between the adult and pediatric teams. And the barriers that were highlighted to all of this were mainly related to a lack of staff, a lack of funding, and inadequate health services to which to refer the patients. So in some countries, there were no adult centres there to take these young men with Duchenne. And finally, poor communication between the teams. But last year, we also published the first international consensus guideline for transition in Duchenne. And following a systematic literature review, we had a steering panel of 3 members and a voting panel of 15 members. And that voting panel came from 16 different countries, 5 continents were represented, and both adult and pediatric specialists, as well as patient advocacy groups, a policy advisor, and patient were represented. And 5 key transition themes were identified, which I think won't come as a great surprise from what I've just said already. They include transition planning, the transition process, the post-transfer arrangements, communication between the young people and their families, and the support that young people have or need as they go into adult life. I can't go through all 48 statements that are in the published document, but I thought I'd highlight just a few. As I mentioned earlier, the ERN survey showed that the majority of centres were initiating the process between the ages of 17 and 18. That is far too late. So the transition process should begin no later than that young person's 15th birthday. Ideally, it should begin around the age of 12, so much earlier than is actually happening. There should be some sort of transition lead, a coordinator for this process, and both the adult and pediatric teams need to be involved in this process and coordinate the care and oversee the plan. And of course, the patient and their family need to be involved at all stages in this process and ideally given some written information to guide them through. As far as the process is concerned, all young people should meet the adult team before they move to the adult service. And ideally, this should be in a combined clinic. And for complex patients, there should be a clear discussion prior to handing over care between those 2 teams, and ideally the notes should follow, and if they can't, there should be a detailed summary. It was universal across all of these countries that the standard of care in the adult services were not being met, and primarily this seems to be due to commissioning or funding issues. So if you like, the funders of the health services haven't really caught up with the growing number of young adults moving from pediatric to adult care with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And it was also acknowledged that many care providers in the adult setting had very limited experience. And of course, if you're a young man moving to adulthood with Duchenne, you may be seeing different types of specialists that you haven't seen before. So there's a need to educate the adult healthcare population. Ideally, we should try and coordinate things better rather than have fragmented services and bring everything together during the same visit on the same day. It was also strongly felt that young people are not really being prepared properly for shared decision making. So we need to start this process early in adolescence and give them opportunities to practice without fear and with support. And it's very important to do that. We communicate with them in very clear language that they can understand. And it's really important as well that they're offered an opportunity to be seen on their own, if they would like that, where they can discuss sensitive issues. And as most of the other features for supporting young people into adult life are the things that I've already discussed. I'm going to go this way because I can't read my slide there, which includes mentoring, having a clear mentor for that young person, teaching that young person how to navigate the complex adult healthcare setting, and discussing life goals. What do you want to do with your life? What about your higher education? Do you want to do that? Do you want to work? What sort of work would you want to do? Where do you envisage yourself living? How will you get about? Who will care for you? These are questions that need to be thought through from early on so people have an idea of what they want when that time comes. Any young person who is competent to make decisions should have their wishes respected. But at the same time, there are some young people with Duchenne who may have significant cognitive impairment where capacity to make those decisions can be impaired. So they may need support with that decision-making process, and that might involve ensuring that there's something like a power of attorney before they move to adult services. So just to summarize, I hope I've shown you that transition planning in healthcare is really essential to prepare young people with Duchenne for adulthood and that move to adult services, because young people with Duchenne are going to live much longer than their predecessors. That transition planning needs to include education, mentoring and peer support, time for the young person and their family to meet the adult teams, time to speak with the doctor alone, setting goals and understanding those life goals. And we hope very much that the consensus guideline may help to support healthcare professionals and families in preparing for this big change in life. I'm just going to say thank you to our wonderful team at Queen's Square. Thank you.
Buon pomeriggio.
Good afternoon. My name is Alessia Marcassoli. I'm a psychologist. I work at the Neurological Institute Carlo Besta in Milan. Today I'd like to talk to you about transition of care from a pediatric to adult age in DMD in particular through the experience of a European study. First of all, by transition, we mean a series of events through which children go from child care to adult care. There are different phases that respond to not just medical but psychosocial, educational, and professional needs that are reported by the young people. So transition is not just an administrative event in which a person moves from the children's clinic to a hospital for adults. But as said before, it implies a change of the person and of the system for the purpose of maximizing the functioning and the care extended to these young people. So I don't think that we can speak of the single transition from childhood to adulthood, but several transitions that involve different aspects, physiological and others. This is what the GROW DMD project is all about. It's called Becoming Adults with Duchenne's Muscular Dystrophy. This compared the experiences of patients and their families in healthcare to optimize the care afforded to them. This is a pan-European project, and these are the partners: the Carlo Besta Institute of Milan and the University of Freiburg with patient associations, and two centers in Canada, McMaster's University and St. Justin Research Center, with the different associations of patients in Canada. The goals were to assess the transition experience of the young people and their families, and understanding whether the various environmental factors were hindrances or facilitators of the process of transition of DMD individuals. So, we conducted semi-structured interviews with young adults, caregivers, and healthcare professionals that are indeed working in DMD. We also administered questionnaires that helped to assess not just transition, but the perception of well-being and of disability, and the perception of the support provided by caregivers in this process of transition. By administering these questionnaires and conducting these interviews in the 3 different centers, we observe that one emerging theme is the families that are constantly trying to strike a balance between the independence of the patients and security through support. Often, patients with DMD and the families become the main resource people, and they say that they have a very active role in booking appointments and in managing the care. Often they feel, all too often they feel alone, however, when they move from childhood to adulthood and care for adults. Here, you see an example of quotes reported by patients and their families during the interviews. One family said that it's really important for young adults to spend time with their peers, for example, spending the night at a friend's, because that's a moment of independence and they perceive their autonomy during that time. And then a young person who tells us, honestly, I say to my dad, sometimes I need to take a distance. So, in the 3 countries, we also found critical issues that went to add to the ones reported previously. For example, the lack of structured transition paths and the perception that in adult care there is a greater fragmentation. In children's care, what is perceived as greater coordination and the presence of a team that constantly coordinates and interacts. Instead, in adult care, the need is felt to have somebody like a care coordinator to coordinate the entire process. And that can be a point of reference for the patient, the family, but the clinical professionals too. Again, here are some quotes from patients or from young adults. One young man says that he would like to ask somebody, what is happening to me in terms of my care, medically speaking, and what does this mean for my life? So there's a lack of a point of reference of figures. I mean, the young men themselves feel that there's a vacuum in that regard. They don't have resource supports and people. With regard to psychosocial aspects, there's a lack of intimate relations and peers. Sometimes virtual connections, of course, favor connections, but make people feel isolated from real life. And here, patient associations are reported by caregivers in young adults as a point of reference that foster shared activities, and this is something that we've observed here. And caregivers are always perceived as as facilitators. They promote the involvement of peers, and they promote activities in which the young people are able to get out of the family and meet with their peers. Here, the need was felt by caregivers. Here's a quote, and a parent who said, the other night my son said, oh, well, when I have a girlfriend, you won't see me again. Or another young man who said, I'd like to have an intimate relationship, but I'm not really thinking about this right now. Most of the patients, young men here, were aged between 15 and 1920s, so they're still discovering. With regard to barriers and facilitators, it seems that there are a lot of physical barriers still, which unfortunately make inaccessible some spaces, even in school and in healthcare facilities, and even the use of transportation, public transportation. Unfortunately, that presents barriers instead of facilitating moving around. And caregivers and young men talk about healthcare workers at school that simply are not equipped to manage the complexity of DMD. Others say that they would very much like to find a personal assistant who are capable of doing what is needed. Often, according to their experience, it's very difficult to find aptly trained staff, people who are trained, who understand DMD and the needs of people affected by DMD. Healthcare professionals pretty much talk about the same issues in transition. They talk about limited integration between the pediatric and adult setting. They talk about the necessary presence of coordination figures like care coordinators. Once again, this comes up. Care coordinators who can act as a bridge between the family and the professionals, but also within the professionals that take care of the children and then adults. First of all, we need to have a multidisciplinary team between pediatrics and adult medicine that have experience in DMD. And the caregivers go on to say it's not just the family that need to be prepared for the transition, but the world around them need to be prepared. And by way of conclusion, after having collected the results, thanks to the collaboration of Parent Project, we organized focus groups in the 3 countries with which it was possible to share results and exchange the experience and how they might have identified with the various experiences. We provided these stimulating questions to glean their suggestions on how to circulate and disseminate this information to the scientific community and beyond. The recommendations that derive from this experience is the need for a care coordinator to reduce the fragmentation that exists and improve communication amongst professionals. Then there's a need for psychological support for the young men and their families who are ready to embark in this process of transition, but often it is difficult, it's complex, and it involves many different spheres of life. Also, what seems to be a need is a network of different professionals, people who are involved in services, and there's also a need for guidelines and shared tools, along with the planning of transition that includes education, occupation, and the aspiration to seek an independent life. I'd like to very especially thank the Parent Project Association for their support throughout the project and for having been a great connection and for having fostered the participation of the young men and their families in the project. Here's my email address. Do you have any requests or any need for further information? This is us, and this is the QR code to have access to the site of growdmd.org. Thank you.
Allora, abbiamo tempo per un'unica domanda prima di chiudere questa intensissima giornata di lavoro.
Only one question, okay, because the day has been quite a long one. So in case you have questions, please raise your hand. Okay, there's a question over there.
Yeah, there is a light here. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I have, in fact, two issues. One is ADHD was not mentioned, and that changes very much how you can handle the transition, because the patient has difficulty to manage himself in normal circumstances, so it's even worse when he has to plan his life. He's conscious of this, he knows he has to do it, but he doesn't have the will. He cannot micromanage the details to get from one point to the other. He doesn't manage time properly. And I don't see this issue addressed because this is part and parcel of Duchenne and Becker, because we have a high proportion of ADHD. That's one thing. Then the second thing, I didn't hear anything about electronic files, because today the whole prescription and diagnostic, etc., is becoming electronic. It's very poorly implemented everywhere in the world. It is not a continuous scheme where you can exchange easily. Everybody does what he wants, and you need this, especially with a chronic disease. And that should be part also of the process, because everything is going to become electronic. That's all.
No, thank you. They're very, very good points. Coming back, I'll answer your first question. I mentioned autonomy with the right support. So regardless of whether the young person has autism, ADHD, or some form of cognitive impairment, they need the right support to go through this process. And this is the role of the coordinator. And of course, we know that in the adult services, these type of patients, regardless of whether they have Duchenne or not, require additional support. So I think that's part of the coordination between the two services. You're right, everything should be electronic. In the UK, we have electronic records, but I can tell you they're not shared from one hospital to the next. And it seems crazy that they're not, but and I think in other countries this is also the case for legal reasons because of different institutions. It may be things will change. And then the last thing we didn't discuss was the use of telemedicine, which is for the population of patients that you were talking about, can be used to supplement face-to-face visits and might actually make them feel more relaxed and more comfortable, and they have less travelling to do. And this is certainly something that we're looking at in the UK. Do you want to have no, okay. Is that all right?
Allora, non abbiamo credo altro tempo per altre domande.
I think we've run out of time. Vilma, would you please close the session? Thank you very much. I'd like to thank our speakers. Thanks for leading us through this subject in a scientific way, a better structured one. Thank you. Thank you all. See you all back in this very hall at 8:30 for dinner. We're going to have dinner all together. Please remember that we are all supposed to have a hat. So try and use your imagination to wear a hat. So for those of you who have registered for dinner, you're welcome to join us in this hall. Otherwise, see you when? Tomorrow morning, of course, on time for the last sessions of this beautiful international conference. 8:45. Thank you.